it stopped. That's weird. I fixed it though. There we go. The music's back. Hello everybody. Welcome back, henchbuns, to the stream. Saturday night. Saturday evening. I hope you're excited. Because Saturday evenings are for Fate's Day night. Hello Gotetsu and Nanas. Hello to the both of you. And hello to everybody else overseas and at home. And on the moon. And wherever else, I guess. I don't know. There's other places, I suppose. I don't really know anything about them, though. I only care about the places that are relevant to me. I hope you're all having an excellent weekend so far, henchbuns. I'm excited to read more Fates Tonight. It seemed like things were getting kind of crazy last time. Excuse me. Seems like things were getting kind of crazy last time. Churro ice cream. Oh, that sounds interesting. I've never had like a churro flavored ice cream. I've had churros before, which are good, of course. I've never had a churro flavored ice cream. It's Ben and Jerry's. Ah, that makes sense. They have a lot of weird flavors from Mr. Ben and Mr. Jerry. I will try your churro ice cream. Thank you, Henchbot. Regardless, though, I am excited to read more of Fate's Day Night this evening, and I am excited to continue the story because it does seem like things were kind of popping off last time, right? We Berserker down, and then Caster just got murdered by another guy. We never even learned who Caster was. I don't even know if that's gonna happen. Maybe we find out more about Caster on another route. Who can say? She was murdered by an asshole in golden armor who says he's gonna marry Saber. He seems really dedicated to this idea. We may never know. Well, we will know for sure eventually. I'm gonna read the other route. But not on this one. Not on this one. Unless, I don't know, Caster comes back somehow. It seems unlikely. I think it's gonna be the rest of the route. But I am excited to read more of them. I don't know where this is going at this point. The structure has changed radically. A lot of things are going in different directions. And I'm not sure where we're headed next, but I am excited to see where things go. I don't really have much to say, actually. I had a muffin a little bit ago. That muffin was good. That's all I have to say. Let's just get to it. I don't have much to talk about. I'm gonna put on my glasses. What kind of muffin? Chocolate. It was just all chocolate. It had a lot of calories in it. That's my weekend treat. I try not to eat the ridiculously calorie-full muffin too often. Not good for my girlish figure, you know. Lower the monitor. Don't talk about my calorie intake. Lower the monitor. You like cranberry lemon muffins? That does sound good. You're in the process of developing a deathly cold to wherever that strange golden pervert goes you follow. You know, it's nice to have people to follow in the way that you all follow in my way, of course. We're all work in progress. Alright, I'm opening Fate's Day Night. I'm opening the video game. Sometimes I just don't have fucking anything to yap about at the start of the stream. It's just how it is sometimes. Oh god, why are you so big? There we go. Okay. We're back in our fate. Here we are. The fate continues. Are you going to do the training arc before Combo Breaker? I have been training. Don't you worry. I have been practicing. Combo Breaker is in a month. Like, it's kind of crazy how fast it snuck up on me. But I have been training. No, I don't need to see the opening. It was a cool opening once. I don't need to see it again. Combo Breaker is coming up though, and I'm quite excited. Let's continue. Continue the video game. Right, that's right. That's right. We were gonna have a conversation with that fuck ass priest. That's right. That's what we were doing last time. We gotta find out how that guy, that golden guy, could have survived the last war. That's right. All right, time to talk to Joji. Let's see what Joji has to say. Ahem. The lights inside the church are on. I don't really like that priest, but there are things I need to ask him. Ikuzo. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the heavy church doors. What's going on here? Well, there is ominous organ piano playing, so he must be home. I step inside as I call out for him. There's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on. This vast space is so quiet. I find myself more nervous than if it were dark. There's no reply. I can't keep going in further, so I might have to give up tonight. I whirl around when I hear a sound from behind me. Hi, Kirei. Can you not do that? Can you not sneak up on me like that from literally nowhere? The suddenness of his appearance leaves me speechless. Pretend. You're very, you know, I'm hinting, I'm sensing hints of sarcasm here. Kotomine sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through. This guy doesn't sound sincere about anything he says. As Kotomine says so, he opens a door to the back of the church. Yeah, we can't talk about murdering and killing in the front of a church. It's a holy place. Come to me to the back of the church. Kotomine doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears into the back of the church. I've come this far. I can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Kotomine intimidate me this time, and head back toward the back of the church. Is that like a... Oh, this is all inside. Like a little indoor fountain? This must be a courtyard. The garden and the passageways are too magnificent for Kotomine to live here alone. The priest disappears around yet another corner. I complain to myself as I chase after Kotomine. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't have any choice but to follow Kotomine. Fancy. We enter a modest stone chamber. I wouldn't describe this as modest. Like, this is fancy as hell. This really doesn't seem modest to me. But okay. This simple room, far from the elegance of that chapel and courtyard, must be Father Kotomine's private room. So, can you back it up a little, pal? Can you... Not so close. Personal bubble here, buddy. The priest makes his apology as he plops down onto a sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be wine. For the smell to linger in this room, he must really like wine. Is Kirei just, like, wine drunk off his ass all of the time? Is that why he's like this? Alright, Shiro, try not to act so defensive. This guy really hates you, Shiro. He really doesn't like you. This priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I just get intimidated. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I feel like you're a liar. That is true. There is definitely shit Kirei still isn't telling us. The priest falls silent, contemplating something. Don't call her defective, that's rude. Such a rude thing to say about Seiba. Yeah, she's got that weird time travel thing going on. Yeah, I know, we've been over this. I know, we've been over this. He ponders this as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Kotomine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation. Saber's weird, that's true. It is true that Saber's kind of weird. Well, also, I'd like to find out about that golden pervert. His haughty attitude pisses me off, but I don't have time to deal with that too. I don't like it, but this man might be able to give me a clear explanation. Seiba. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know if I really understand this part. I'm not sure, like, no matter how many times they say it, if I really understand the Saber thing. It doesn't make much sense to me. We're trapped in some sort of eternal cycle. Some sort of eternal cycle.
失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま今回も呼び出された。わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは英雄というのは。
You know, you're probably not the only one. To be fair.
そうして手に入れたところで待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろう。
Yeah, but she's got a whole complex. She's got a whole weird thing going on.
サーバントって何なんだ。英霊を使い魔にするっていうが、セイバーみたいに矛盾した英霊もあり得るのか。
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。
I'm just a guy. I'm just a little guy.
その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。
I don't know anything. Don't know.
当時の人間しか知るまい。
Kiryu is constantly on like his I don't know anything, I swear bullshit. It's so obviously not true. It's so obviously not true.
関係のないこと忘れる。それで意味やしろ。つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだ。
I've never met a bigger liar in my entire life. He's like the shiftiest guy ever. Is that what I want? I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards, the only thing waiting for her is her disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king, and when King Arthur ceases to exist in our history, the hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others, and that seems wrong to me. So if she can stop being a servant and just live a normal life. See, my point of confusion is people only can become heroic spirits in the first place if they were like big heroes in life. But if Saber like erases her own legend by getting somebody else to be king because she thinks they'll do a better job, then like the hero of King Arthur would never have existed and therefore cannot become a heroic spirit because there would have never been a big hero named King Arthur for there to be a legend of. So I don't understand how that works. I don't know. It's not a big deal, I guess. I guess it's not a big deal. Uh-huh. Isn't that true of all servants though? It's not like they're gonna be summoned for the same war twice. Seems like you're big into this predestination stuff, Kotomine. Isn't that true of all servants though? Like, I know they don't remember the previous wars in the way Saber does, but still, if you're a heroic spirit, you can be summoned for endless amounts of Holy Grail wards, right? You just won't retain your memories of the last one.
そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法など、あれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまい。
I knew it. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She will stay like this forever, unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Even if this Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anymore, if she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she just has to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into this so-called heroic spirit and is sent all across time.
じゃあ聖杯を手に入れようが手に入れまいが、あいつはずっとサーバントのままなのか。
It's a real catch-22.
聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
Yeah, this is like the weirdest part of the story for me, 'cause I don't know necessarily what it adds, other than revealing Saber's like weird martyr complex, where she doesn't feel like she did a good enough job as king, so she wants to go back to give somebody to like stop from herself from becoming king, so that somebody else does it because she thinks literally anybody else could do a better job. Like, that's kind of what it's all about, but because of that, I didn't expect it to be discussed in such length. And I don't know why it needed such a complicated... I don't know why it needed to be so complicated, I guess, is what I'm saying.
それはどうやって？
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるものということだ。通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
そんなことできるのか？
Theoretically. I mean, didn't like somebody say that's like most servants' goals? Is to be is to when they win the war, is to just be able to continue existing in the world, to basically get a second chance at life.
前回セイバーは聖杯が壊れた時点で消えたと言っていた。聖杯がなくなってしまえばサーバントは残っていられないんじゃないのか。
I think we discussed this. Is that's basically what most servants want. Is what they would wish for.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。
Sorry. My fucking desk chair had gotten a little low. It was uncomfortable. I had to fix it.
だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。
So, if you wished for it, though, if you won the Holy Grail and wished for them to remain in this world, is it capable of it? Is this like a Dragon Ball situation where Shenron can't grant wishes outside of his own power?
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂。
Oh, we love to eat souls.
存在濃度が薄れ始めたのなら他人の魂で補充すればよい。
So I wonder if Mr. Golden Geek has been has managed to survive that way just by killing people for like a decade. Is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did?
大体な、セイバー自身そこまでして残ろうと思ってない。
そうか。ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前が真実セーバーを人として生かしたいのなら、聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
Sure, just like Indiana Jones. He must have anticipated this. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time.
それは聖杯で俺の願いを
Yeah,
叶えろ。
don't let Saber have what she wants. Take what you want, which is Saber.
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。聖杯の中身はそういうものだ。リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に
We did kind of say this. It wasn't so much drinking the water part, but saying that you could use the Grail to do so.
もっとも、それはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存
I see.
この世界にとどまれるようになる。
けどそれは
That's no solution. Even if she were able to stay in this world, it would be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just go back to that hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about a second life. She insists she's going to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all this, even still exist in this world?
話は分かった。結局聖杯を手に入れるしかないってことだろ。
I assume that I assume with every war a new Grail is created.
もう
もう何かね。
聖杯がないのなら戦う理由がない。こんな馬鹿げた殺し合いは無意味だ。
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。元より君に理由などない。
Well, that is true. He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I'd just become a master, and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the same time, what he said didn't sink in. I just ignored him, thinking he was being sarcastic. But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight. If there's a Holy Grail, I want to end this war, and if it's possible, I want to give the Grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight, and a perfectly good one at that. But why? Why do those simple words make me shake so much I feel like I'm about to vomit up everything I've held in for so long?
まあよかろう。
But don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard, Shonen. A voice shatters the stillness that had locked up my thoughts. It's the voice of a man I don't want to hear. But that voice at least settles the wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me.
聖杯はある。元より聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。
Yeah, I don't think a Holy Grail war could happen without a Holy Grail.
新しい聖杯を用意する。
He does. He loves poking at Shiro. I think he just wants to see what'll happen if he can make Shiro fucking lose it.
用意したものが新しい聖杯を用意するって
I don't know about that.
聖杯ってそんな簡単に作れるものなのか。
器を作るだけならばな。無論、相応の技術が必要となってくるが、元よりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。
He is trolling. You're absolutely right, Minos. Kotomine loves to do a little trolling. Oh, okay. It's based on a magical... What? Like... What? Okay. It's another thing, actually.
ギリシャ語でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには願いを叶え
Okay.
万能の釜があるとされた。
It's not the thing that's called the Holy Grail. It's something else, actually. Sure,
あ
man.
らゆる神話の根底にある万能の釜を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルン、マキリ、トーサカの三家。連中は何代かにわたって万能の釜を再現する儀式を模索し、
I see.
200年前にそれを完成させた。
And they've been killing each other over it ever since.
それが一度目の聖杯戦争。人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の釜を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
アインツベルン。それってイリアの家のことか。
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。こと、聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。だが、それだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのがトーサカとマキリ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が
The Church of the Mages Association were at war. That sounds fun.
アインツベルンはそれを見越してトーサカを仲間に引き入れたのだろう。トーサカはここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その死は高霊術の対価だ。
Ooh, a necromancer.
アインツベルンとしてはトーサカなくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。
Gotta love a good old necromancer.
だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。
The golden rule of the lion? That does sound like it's just total nonsense. It's like the golden spiral from JoJo Steel Ball Run. Though I feel like I've only seen the word Rheingold before. Isn't it like one of those German operas? Is it a Wagner? I don't know, maybe it has some other meaning.
ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。トーサカはマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。
Fafnir's cursed treasure. Okay.
マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。
We brought in the Makiris as a tiebreaker. Oops.
こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を
Well, Sigrid's, and people were like, "Wait a fucking minute, yeah."
作り上げたのだ。
Das Rheingold.
そうして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。
As soon as they made the Holy Grail, they decided to start killing each other over it. And that's how we started this long and valued tradition.
そうして代を重ね、聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。トーサカはこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not sure what's so amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but I didn't know Ilya and Tosaka's families were the ones who created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回金継ぎに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだ。
Huh? Ilya holds the Holy Grail. That's weird. I don't think I saw anything among her belongings that looked like the Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。
I
お前が何を悩むか
I assume the Holy Grail is not so much of a physical object.
だが解決する手段は
Maybe that's why she had like a bunch of command spell lines on her. Maybe that's the Holy Grail. Now that you understand, get out of my house.
戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰だ。
You know, people keep telling Shira this.
余計なお世話だ。まだランサーのマスターが残っていることぐらい。
Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask.
ことみね。聖杯が消えればサーバントも消える。あんたはそう言ったな。
言ったが、何か問題でも。
終わりだ。
Owarida.
どうかは知らないが、8人目のサーファントがいた。セイバーの話じゃ、あいつは前回からずっとこの場に残ってるって話だぞ。
Oh, he seems actually surprised. I can see he's shocked. Kotomine's eyes go wide.
どういうことだ、ことみね。あんたなら少しは
I also thought he'd know something about this, unless he's a pretty good actor, which is, you know, still possible. I feel like this is actually a surprise to him.
ということだな。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。つまり、セーバーの他にもう一人、サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら、それは魂を喰らうことで魔力を補い。
Yeah, I guess if the Grail was destroyed, that means like nobody won, so that war didn't technically end. So the Grail wasn't around to like send them back. So Gold Boy could just chill.
あんなのが10年間もいたら、親父だってあんただって気がつくはずだ。
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。
Or you.
そのサーバント
Or
を
you.
スター
Or you, Kirei.
もしくは、
I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him.
聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。
Well, maybe we should go talk to him. Maybe we should do a little detective work. Kotomine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけぬ。そのサーバントに対しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念
Oh yeah, Assassin got too, didn't he? Apparently he just got off screen. I forget who mentioned that. Was it Caster? I think it was Caster. Kotomine heads to the exit, indicating there is nothing else to discuss. There's definitely nothing more to be gained by staying here. I follow Kotomine out of the dark stone room. From there, he leads me to the entrance in silence. So yeah, I guess it is just Lancer that's left. I leave the church, and behind me...
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな。
Yeah, she's got a real death wish, we know. The priest puts that to me, maybe to make certain I remember. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She will be freed from going back to the point right before her death, and she will truly die.
どういう風の吹き回しだ。あんたがそんな忠告をすると
I bet that's why Shira's dad ordered her to to destroy the Grail in the last war, as he found out about that.
お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのだが、私なりの行為として
I don't buy that for a second. I don't trust this guy at all.
聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろうとな。
それこそ矛盾してる。聖杯がなかったらセイバーをとどめておけない。
No, it's not Handsome Jack.
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。
I think he predates Handsome. I think Kirei predates Handsome Jack. I don't think the first Borderlands was out yet. Yeah, because that's a 7th gen game. This came out in like 2005.
避けるな。そんなことできるもんか。
I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
My glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement. That's true. Handsome Jack was first introduced into.
お前のサーバントが望まないにしても、レイジを一つ残しておけばそれで。
You just have to force her to do what you
お
want.
前の望みはそれでかな。
He's saying, it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm her master, I just need to force her to drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎ。
I'm only telling you I'm only telling you like it is, Shiro. I'm a truth teller.
尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church doors close. I glance up at the towering church before I return to leave. I cross the bridge at night. This is the path I once walked with Saber. I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything at the time. Yeah, I know, we just had that conversation. I know. I don't need him to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't obtain the Holy Grail. But the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail. All you need to do is just kill a bunch of people. It'll feel so good, Shiro. Do a bunch of murder, just for the hell of it. I can't do that. And even if I asked her to do it, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were the alternative. She will disappear, and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail war all over again later. Kotomine's words are poison. I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against the nearby rail, desperately hoping to close my mind. I hear an echoing metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by. Who can say? All you gotta do is just murder people and feed their souls to Saber. I don't see what's so crazy about that. I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kotomine, but there's just some sort of power to his words. I can't ignore them. What do I want to do, and what am I fighting for? If only there was a robot who had spoken the same words to give me some advice. In the beginning, he was stopping the Holy Grail War. But when did that become secondary? Did it happen when I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and started to cooperate with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for her after our souls entwined that night in the ruins? Look, you'll remember this CG for your entire life. No, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it. Since the beginning, my mind's been made up since I met her in the shed. The sight of her, illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine. Had I not shared that dream of her past, and so not known any better, it would have been over without me even noticing. But I did find out. I knew I couldn't leave her alone, and I started to hope I could somehow not lose her. I wished to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. The image of the girl watching the sunset alone on that hill, strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. She never took any time for herself. That always bothered me. Kiritsugu always said not to make a girl cry. Make a girl cry? That's not gonna fly. I much prefer her smiling face to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. Please do not be telling women they should smile more, okay? It won't go over well, Shiro. But then, when I told her to smile, she always replied that she would rather see me smile. That's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. I look up at the night sky. I stare up at the star I could never reach. A trickle. I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear slide down my cheek. I've fallen in love with this white woman. I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I've fallen in love with her, so much so that thinking about her can bring me to tears. Well, that's sweet. I hear Tosaka's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance. She grabs my hand and, without waiting for me to reply, drags me down the hall. And she brings me to her room. She's awkward about it, but she's being considerate. Honestly, the hot tea is comforting. It took me a good hour to walk home from the neighboring town. I walked slowly, so I was cold to the bone. Yeah, that guy's a freak. As usual, she doesn't beat around the bush. I get it. Tosaka must have known what I was going to do from the very beginning. But she didn't stop me. She just waited for me to come home, and now she's even made me tea. I feel like a new man now that my mind is made up, and I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. Which is probably why I say... I don't hide anything. I'm honest with her. I guess so. I guess we just won't talk about anything. We'll just sit here and look at each other like assholes. Yeah, it's like it's some sort of dramatic irony or something. It's like some sort of ironic twist to get an emotion out of a reader. She nods in agreement. Curious. It's a shame that Archer exploded fighting Berserker. Yeah, no, not the other one. I thought he was like a Japanese guy because of his outfit.
セイバーはアーチャーに見覚えはないようだったぞ。
そうなの？けどセイバーは王様だったんでしょ？なら国民をすべて把握していたわけでもないし、忘れてることだってあるんじゃない？
Maybe she did just for gore.
そういうこと言い出したらそれこそキリがない。顔を見て思い出せないようなやつならそれは知らないってことだと思うけど。
そうでもないわよ。伝説だとさ、アーサー王の進化には運が悪くてキャメロットを追われた騎士も多いでしょ。あいつが正体を隠していたのは私にじゃなくてセイバーに対してだったって言うんなら割と納得がいくんだけど。
I wonder if he's like Lancelot or something. Tosaka's unusually chatty tonight. It's probably her way of trying to be considerate. Maybe not particularly effective, but Tosaka is a good person. She's usually pretty relentless, but she still lands a helping hand. She's got a kind of a big sister thing going on. Well, I'm glad you just come out and outright and say what tag she belongs to. We drink tea for a few more minutes. Tosaka turns and looks straight at me. Guess she's run out of patience.
で、あなたはどうしたいの？シロ。
とりあえず明日はデートする。
I'm going to date her. I can't think of anything else. It's a spur of the moment idea I came up with on my walk back home. But then I don't know where that somber mood from earlier went, because Tosaka makes the most bizarre face. Just go on a date with King Arthur. It'll be casual. She bursts out into uncontrollable laughter. She's got your ass. She's kind of got your ass. Damn, I'm so dumb. I should have seen this coming. I don't think that's what she means. I'm glad somebody's finally just like laughing at how fucking stupid Shiro is. Tosaka slaps my back hard. She holds her stomach with her other hand, laughing so hard now that she's nearly in tears. I think this is the worst she's ever treated me. Kanbanasai. Tosaka says that kindly, doing a complete about face from a second ago. Honestly, that came out of left field. When she says it like that, all I can do is nod. I go back to my room. Saber is still asleep, and the house is peaceful, as if there is nothing happening. It rained today, but what about tomorrow? I look up at the clouds slowly passing overhead. Unlike me as it is, I pray for a sunny day tomorrow. Okay. End of the day. What if it rains again tomorrow? February 14th. Moonlight 1. Hey, wait, it's February 14th. A perfect day to go on a date. It's Valentine's Day. Then, the next thing I know, it's morning. He's so nervous. I sigh and I turn off the ringing alarm clock. I know, he keeps falling asleep out here. He's like a dog. Today, no matter what she says, Saber and I are going on a date. My first priority will be to take her to plenty of places, so she'll have a chance to enjoy herself. I've been trying to search my mind for the perfect spot for a date, but before I could come up with anything, my alarm went off. I turned the alarm clock on just in case. As hard as I tried, I still couldn't think of anything last night. So I borrowed an alarm clock from Tosaka, figuring I might have to pull an all-nighter. Not that it's done any good.
考えてみれば俺デートなんてしたことなかったっけ
This guy is so lost. He's a lost cause, henchbuns. I sigh again. That's sort of a problem. I'm nervous enough, plus I didn't sleep, but I think the worst part is how shocked I am that, after staying up all night to think about it, I couldn't come up with a single thing a girl might like. Oh, brother.
こうなったら出た
This guy's helpless.
手当たり次第連れ回してあいつに楽しみってやつを思い知らせてやる
Girls love it when you just walk around randomly. I'll just take her to cute shops. Well, I feel like there's a fundamental flaw in that plan, but I've already made up my mind. There's nothing else I can think of, but what this all boils down to is that today is going to be a day packed with fun, and it'll go on until Saber says she's had enough. I feel like the day's going to be pretty short then.
ではイリアスフィールはまだ目を覚ましていないのです
Good. Keep that little cretin out of my sight for as long as possible.
目を覚ますのにもうしばらくかかりそうだけど今日はそれが幸いしたわねイリア起きてればシローの後について回って邪魔してただろう
It's true.
そうですね今までのようにシローに同行されてはたまらない昨夜はああなってしまいましたが今日からは本気で残るマスターを探すのですシローにはイリアスフィールに構っている余裕はありません
Huh.
ああそっちの邪魔じゃないんだけどまあいいか
Don't worry about it.
私が言っても仕方ないしこれはシローとセイバーの問題だし
Tosaka laughs mischievously.
私とシローの問題
What did she mean by this? We finished breakfast, and it seems like a good time to leave. Oops. Saber is ready to look for masters, but I'm determined to execute my plan as well. I just need to be a man and tell her, man up!
そのことだけどなセイバー今日は隣町に出るから支度があるなら今のうちに済ませておいてくれ
マスター探しですかそれでしたら
I love Rin in the background just laughing.
そんなんじゃない二人で遊びに行くんだから郊外になんて言っても仕方がないだろう
Huh? Saber freezes. She's just trying not to crack up. I try to ignore the sound of Tosaka trying and largely failing to control her laughter behind me. I will get her for that later.
シローそれはどういう意味でしょうか遊びに行くとはシローとリンではなくその
俺が行くんだからついてくるのはセイバー以外いないだろう
There's a lot, you know, I feel like people kind of put down visual novels for this sort of thing, but there's actually a lot you can do with just like character sprites in the background. I love Rin just changing expressions as this conversation goes on, not saying anything.
何をバカな私とシローが隣町を探索したところで成果は薄いそのようなことをしても意味がない一体何をしようというのですかあなたは
Saber is pretty clearly frustrated. I kind of figured something like this would happen, but things are looking even bleaker than I thought, since she clearly thinks we're going out to town to search for masters. Yeah, no, I do like what this game does with its sprites. You can tell there's a clear evolution in not just in like expertise and understanding how to do stuff from Tsukihime. Right, there wasn't that much of this sort of thing in Tsukihime, probably just because they were not as experienced with developing visual novels, and maybe the technology was a little harder to work with. But I do like this what's going on, what it does a lot with the sprites in this game. I ignore Tosaka's stare as I speak to Saber. She keeps looking at me with that fucking face. I'm not sure how much Saber understands. Not at all is how much she understands. She looks even more irritated. And suddenly, it's like a switch flips in my head. There's no sense beating around the bush here. It'd be best if I were just blunt with her. Please do not use technical terms like dating without explaining them to me. She's so funny, chat room. Even Rin's like trying not to lose it in the background. Please forgive Shiro, he's not woke enough to understand that gay people also go out on dates. Saber goes completely still. She's dazed now, muttering. When I nod yes, Saber looks even more confused. Why would you do this? I wasn't expecting this question. I mean, I know what the point of a date is, but now that I'm on the spot and Saber wants me to explain it to her face, well... What's easier to understand than date? A tryst? I feel like a tryst has like a dirty connotation to it. You don't have to explain it so scientifically, you're gonna embarrass him. I cough loud. Tosaka may be right, but I am pretty confident that a date and a tryst are two very different things. Yeah, I feel like a tryst has like kind of a dirty connotation to it, right? I feel like I only ever see tryst used in like the context of like cheating. Like a tryst is when you have a romance with somebody other than while you already have a partner. But I don't think it's worth mentioning. From her reaction, it looks like Saber finally understands what a date is. I do like this Saber sprite a lot, where she's got her hands folded together looking nervous. Yeah, I guess a tryst doesn't necessarily have to be in the context of cheating, but I always feel like you're kind of like, it's like something you're keeping on the down low. Like, we don't want our parents to know, or like, I feel like you see it a lot in the context of celebrities, too. Like we don't want the tabloids to get on our ass. Something like that. Nothing you say will change my mind. I look her straight in the eye. Saber ponders for a while, looking serious. If I say no, you'll just go out on your own, a date with yourself. That's right. You can't leave me alone. You don't want me to get killed. She does have him there. After taking a deep breath, Saber answers in her usual manner. Okay, that could have gone better, but at least I've managed to convince her to come out. I shouldn't sweat the small stuff at this point.
いってらっしゃい。お土産よろしくね。
What, you want a souvenir? As we step outside, I made a rude gesture at Tosaka since she made fun of me until the very end.
それで具体的にはこれからどうするのですか、シロ。
どうするって、とりあえず隣町に出る。交差点からバスが出てるからそれに乗っていこう。
The hilly path is unusually quiet. It's a little past 9 in the morning on a weekday, and the town is starting to come alive, but it must be a little early to be heading out somewhere. There's no one on the road. It's like we have the road to ourselves.
そういえば、学校を休むのに抵抗がなくなってるな。ここのところずっと家にこもってたし。
I also wouldn't feel guilty about this.
当然でしょう。シロはマスターなのですから。おいそれと出会うことが
Oh,
おかしい
she's
ん
so
です。
grumpy about it. Saber's tone is sharp. Saber following behind me is nothing new, but it feels different today. I feel this immense pressure directed at me, and that's putting it mildly. I can tell Saber is going to be tough to handle. We get on the bus. It would have been stuffed with people about an hour ago, but there's only a handful of people using it now. The only people on the bus are old women with children, so it feels like we have the place to ourselves.
セイバー、一番後ろに座ろう。
Bus. I call out to Saber, who for some reason tries to sit at the front of the bus, and led her to the wider seat at the back. Nice PowerPoint transition. Ooh, look at the Saber, she's so pretty. Saber quietly looks out over the passing scenery. I steal a glance at her and realize how crazy I am for what I'm trying to do today. Taking the bus to a nearby town is an ordinary thing for me. But here, in this ordinary place, something extraordinary is happening. Bluesky.png. Or, well, I'm finding myself questioning whether I'm actually doing this whole date thing. My mind starts spinning and whirling like some complex cube puzzle. Ah, crap. I'm getting really nervous. It's kind of getting out of control. Stop looking at her neck, you pervert. I take a deep breath to calm myself down so Saber won't notice. But then, and I know this is stupid, I take another look at Saber. I can't believe women are so pretty. My heart skips a beat. I hardly recognize Saber as she sits next to me. Or, well, it's less that I don't recognize her than it is that the situation itself is unrecognizable. It makes me realize that she is something else. She is different. I didn't realize it when we were at home. This ordinary, everyday life seems to be like it's becoming something entirely new and different just because Saber is here. Her golden blonde hair, her green eyes, those alone are enough to make her overwhelmingly beautiful. It hadn't really crossed my mind, since I never had much to compare her to. I remember the first time I met Saber. I must have been avoiding her because I was too embarrassed to admit that I was admiring Saber. No matter what Saber says to me, she's a girl before she's a swordsman. Oh, brother. I didn't know how to react to her, and I didn't understand my feelings for her. Girl pretty. I have to admit, I know I sound stupid. I've developed trust and affection for Saber, past the point of no return, and now I've decided to go on a date with her. The order of events is all backwards. Now, as I get off the bus, 2 S's, I finally realize what a big deal it is to go on a date with the girl I like. But that's okay. I can only give it my all, so I can't very well take it all back and cower in fear now. I calm myself and try to shake off my ridiculous apprehension. The bus crosses the bridge and drives towards the development area and its masses of tall buildings. I breathe out, almost whistling, and ready myself. The familiar bus announcement tells us that we've arrived at Shinto Station. No walking across the bridge today. Today we use public transportation. It's only 9 in the morning, but the area around the station is already busy. Most of the shops don't open until around 10 o'clock, but cafes and smaller bookshops are starting to open up. There are already more people here than you'd expect in Miyama, even if it were a weekend. She looks so unsatisfied. She's so discontent. We get off the bus and Saber looks around the area, displeased. I don't blame her. She hasn't really agreed to the whole date thing, and everyone is staring at her now. I doubt she loves that. White woman spotted. But this discomfort is bound to follow us around all day. The only cure for this I can think of is Saber enjoying herself so much she forgets all the awkwardness. That seems unlikely, but okay. I smack my fist into my hand and look over to Saber. You know, except the thing she actually wants to do. She's giving you the cold shoulder, Shiro. That's exactly what he's saying, honey. That's kinda hard too. I know some stores I'd enjoy, but I have no idea what girls like. He's such a loser. Honestly, if I'd known this would happen to me someday, if it'd have been smart to go out with a girl from class at least once. There is something wrong with him. It's true. It is ridiculous. Crap, now Saber's in lecturing mode. This is the first time she's ever given me such an earful outside the dojo. She wasn't into this from the start, and I figured all the people staring at her wouldn't help, but I didn't realize it'd be this bad. She's still going. Don't you look up at the sky while I'm talking to you. You're really good at this dating thing, Shiro. Top class stuff. I look straight at Saber. The only thing Saber can do is look back at me in shock. Not to worry, Shiro. She too is awkward. It's odd seeing Saber at a loss for words. Maybe we should go to an aquarium. I heard those are popular. That sounds good, so I grab Saber's hand. Yeah, hand touching, how lewd.
はぐれないようについて。
Kia! He's holding my hand.
いえ、こんな状態ではその。
I start running without waiting for Saber's reply. I've been pretty clear with Saber, so no more being a pathetic in front of her. I don't think that's true. I think you're gonna keep being pathetic in front of her. I don't think you're capable of not doing this. For now, I just need to escort her to every place I can think of. Saber's hand in mine, I run through the crowd. Apparently, Saber's given up resisting, so she just follows him obediently. It's a little before 10 o'clock. We have 2 hours until lunchtime, so I'm going to make the most of that and really knock Saber's socks off. Those 2 hours were like a storm. First, we tried a boutique I'd normally never go to. Then we tried our hand at bowling while I taught her the rules. See, I wanted the whole scene. You should have written that out. Write the Saber bowling scene. I wanted to read that. I want to read Saber trying bowling. I couldn't find the aquarium, but we fed birds at the park. We visited an interesting antique shop, that ended up being a lot of fun, and I maintained that not going to the movie theater was the right choice. Anyway, I spent the whole time taking her places I figured a girl might like, and it was 2 hours of failure and defeat. However I tried to spin it, the day wasn't really shaping up to be a date. It felt more like a battle to the death, in which the first person to give up loses. Wherever I took Saber, she acted exactly like she always has done. Once in a while, she would fall so quiet, I would start to worry if she was truly angry. You like taking her to all these like kind of romantic locations, and she's just INTJ staring the whole time. Her lack of reaction made it clear she was not having fun, which pushed me even to try even harder each time. And so I ran all around the city, desperate to make Saber smile. But noon came before I actually accomplished anything. And, with Saber's reminder that it's lunchtime, I decided to take a short break. However, this looks fancy. I can't help but blurt it out as we sit down. That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. So I did as she suggested and picked this restaurant, but I never imagined it would be so pretentious. I take a look at the menu. Luckily, the menu has Japanese translations next to all its foreign text, so I can at least figure out what all the dishes are. The problem is that I've never even heard of any of these dishes, and the prices are outrageous. Why did you listen to Rin? Why did you listen to Rin? She's a rich girl. Come on. I stare at the menu and growl.
Shiro, ここには昼食を取るために立ち寄ったのではないのですか?
Saber looks and sounds a little concerned.
そうなんだが、いかんせん勝手が違うというか。
I look up, and what I see is Saber looking like a cornered rabbit. Hey, cornered rabbits don't look like that. First of all, I've never been cornered anyway, so I guess I wouldn't know.
落ち着かないのなら、今だけでも屋敷に戻りましょう。シロが用意してくれるものの方が、私。
Whoops.
それは家に帰りたいってことか。
いえ、屋敷に帰りたいわけではなくですね。その、今日は
She's eepy.
したので、普段より
You've exhausted her, Shiro.
本当か。そうか。ここで飯にして一息ついたらまた街を出歩こうと思ったんだけど、セイバーが疲れたんならしばらくここで休憩しようか。
まさかそのようなことはありません。疲れたというのは語弊がありました。その正しくはですね。
Deeply embarrassed? Saber stops. Fortunately, I'm the only one who hears the faint squeak from her stomach. Oh, she's hungry. Girls get so hungry. Oh, she's so embarrassed about it. Oh, She could have just told me she was hungry.
申し訳ありません。つまり昼食は早めにしてもらうと
She's so
と
hungry.
いうことです。
Girls gotta eat.
了解。そうだな。面白みがないけど無難なところを頼んでみて、さっさと飯にありつこうか。
It should be easy if a light snack is all we need. I ordered 2 things that seem like lunch dishes, and we quickly eat. While I'm drinking my after-meal coffee, I start thinking about what to do in the afternoon. What I learned this morning is that physical stuff like bowling is no good. Saber is extremely competitive. Did she beat your ass at bowling? First time ever playing bowling and she beat your ass? I wanted to see that. That in itself is good, but Saber's looks already draw enough attention. And when she gets like that, well, she stands out even more. Did she beat your ass and then was she like a salty gamer? Was she like cursing up a storm even though she beat your ass? I want to know. After we finished the game, Saber got sulky because of all the attention she drew.
そんなわけで体を動かすのは避ける。
I think this is extremely charming.
なあセイバー、
セイバー。
2度目になるけどどこか行きたいところってあるか？
Saber should get into fighting games. She would be good as hell.
"私にですか?" いえ、特にはありません。私ではわかりませんから、このままシロにお任せします。
Saber lifts her teacup as she speaks. She ordered black tea to have after her meal, and it seems she enjoys its flavor. Well, she is British. I hardly serve black tea at home, and even if I did, it would just be cheap tea bags. Saber and I have been satisfied with the drinks I've been serving at home, since it looks like she prefers black tea. Well, I should be more mindful about that starting tonight. Tea. Spot of tea. Saber isn't doing much. She's just drinking her tea. She doesn't seem particularly happy, but she doesn't exactly look bored either. I guess she's just being Saber. As sunlight pours in through the windows, Saber sits up straight, gracefully sipping from her teacup. It's the first time I've seen her do this, but it seems so natural, it's like I've seen it a million times before. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Saber, at least as I know her, is always serious, only focused on wielding her sword on fighting.
ああ、そうか。
It's only natural. I only think of her as the girl who takes up her sword. The moment she sets her sword aside, Saber is always calm and gentle. This scene doesn't feel new or unnatural to me because it's just her being who she is. No matter how skilled a swordsman she is, this is Saber just being normal. Or, wielding her sword isn't what makes her exceptional. I once thought while I was dreaming that she was just suited for fighting. I don't think I'm wrong there. No matter how great her sword skills are, no matter how many battlefields she's been on, as long as she was really herself, she couldn't have found the battlefield a comfortable place to be. That's why this is how it's supposed to be. Saber is not wielding a sword. She is just resting and unwinding. She belongs in this serene setting. Love is a battlefield. Nothing changes in the afternoon. I take her to every shop I can think of, and Saber follows quietly. At least it's not as awkward as earlier in the morning. Either I'm getting used to the situation, or Saber's given up. She's still quiet, but the more I watch her, the more I notice she looks either angry or not angry, which is really confusing. Whenever I see Saber coming out of a store looking excited, I feel this sense of accomplishment. It really makes me happy. Then, after a careful consideration of what Saber might like... I'm not certain, but I determined this is the shop most likely to please Saber. Are you sure? Saber stands in front of the store, mouth agape. I'm not sure if her shoulders are trembling because she's angry or excited. I just can't tell.
シロ、ここは。
街で一番品揃えのいいぬいぐるみ屋だってさ。男子禁制。
What do you mean men aren't allowed? Your men just aren't allowed in this store? What, men can't appreciate plushies either? Get real. I like plushies. I have plenty of them. Obviously, oh, okay. Obviously, it's not that men aren't allowed in the store. It's just that most of the customer base are girls, so there's this unspoken rule about men not going inside. Besides, there are only girls in the store right now. Saber, with her beautiful blonde hair, is drawing attention, while I'm drawing glares for being a guy. They must all be trying to keep me out of their sanctuary. And I can't agree more. Even I don't think guys should be in a store like this. What a wimp. You're too invested in these gender roles, Shiro. Of course she likes lions. She is the lion of Britain, or whatever. I find myself turning away and fighting not to laugh. I'm not sure why Saber liking lions is strange. Shiro, if you laugh at me, I'm going to beat you to death. I try to fight down my laughter and walk into the store. Let's see. Looks like animal stuffed toys are over there. You know, they're really not beating the with her incredible reaction to seeing plushies. They're really not beating the allegations about the saber is the saber as a trans allegory thing. It takes about an hour to get from one end of the store to the other. I watch in silence as Saber stares at the stuffed animals, while I worry about the dozen or so sets of prying eyes staring at me from around the store. I've never been so exhausted in my life as I am today. The terrifying thing is that we've only made it through half of the store. Saber frequently is paralyzed. That is, she often stops and stares at a stuffed animal. Even after all this time, we're only halfway through the store. Saber seems very interested in the other half of the store, so I guess I'll just hang around while she does what she wants here. I guess I should be careful about women. I heave a sigh. I don't mind people staring at us when we're just walking around, but I'm uncomfortable with it when we're in this girly shop. When you're mentally drained, the first part of your body that feels it is your legs. I don't know how to look at things for girls without feeling weird, Shiro says. Suddenly, those words dispel all the worries and mental exhaustion I felt earlier.
妬まれることはあれ、場違いだって思われることもないし。
何をバカな。武装していなくても私はサーバントです。いかに非戦闘時だからといって私を女性扱いする
Come on,
必要はありません。
Let loose a little. Have a little fun for once in your life.
バカはそっちだ。普段通りも何もセイバーは初めっから女の子じゃないか。別に今日だけ気を使ってるわけじゃないし、今日の俺。
She's bewildered. Saber's mouth hangs open, as if she's only just now realizing this.
いえ、同じです。あなたはいつも通りのシローでした。
だろ。だから俺に気を使う必要なんてないぞ。ほら、それじゃ行こう。一番気に入ったものを買うんだから、あと半分も見ないとダメだろ。
Hey, wait a minute. I just noticed the fucking mushroom is in the bag. That fucking mushroom. I take Saber's hand. She offers no objection as I tug her along.
そうでした。初めからそうだったのに、今になって。
Yeah, he's lurking there in the background. That bastard. That fucking mushroom that I hate. She murmurs to herself, sounding dazed. The uncomfortable day passes by in a flurry. Saber never laughs, not even once during the whole day. So, neither do I. Except that time you did. No part of the day was particularly memorable, but neither was there any painfully boring aspect. Basically, nothing significant happened. The way it went, maybe Saber would have been happy if we'd stayed in the dojo and trained together. Today wasn't all that bad either. Even if it didn't end up being all that exciting, I should be proud that I at least managed to take Saber around. After the war is over and once everything goes back to normal, I don't want to look back on all this and realize that all the time I spent with Saber was in combat. Even if this entire date was stupid, she needs to spend time doing something other than fighting, or there's no point in her being here. So, yeah, I should be proud of myself. The end is near. When everything is done, and when there's no need to fight anymore, if Saber can look back on this moment, that's enough for me. How noble. We walk back home. Just as we're trying to get on the bus,
帰りは歩いて行きましょう。
Saber finally voices a preference. The winds are picking up. The brilliant sunset paints the bridge red. Saber notices something, stops, and looks over the bridge into the river. She's looking at a mountain of rubble. I say it's a mountain, but the pile isn't really that high. Steel frames and other things are piled up just a little below the water level, and it's only slightly disturbing the flow of the river. I don't know what happened, but some boat probably sank, then pieces of it drifted here. I hear some of the neighboring residents have been complaining, trying to get rid of the pile since it's so unsightly.
なんだよセイバー。あれが気になったのか。
いえ、まだ残っていたのかと。あれの原因は私ですから。前回の戦いで水上戦を余儀なくされ、ここで宝具を使ってしまった。
The boat! You were the boat!
被害は川を干上がらせただけでしたが、運悪く停泊していた船を巻き込んでしまったのです。
はあ？巻き込んだって、まさかエクスカリバーにか。
そうなのですが、
It was a big Excalibur.
はいませんでしたし、被害も大きくなかったんです。川だって今では元通りですし。
I agree. Everything's fine.
私だって、
Do you regret destroying that boat? That's fair. I should be more careful. When we use Excalibur, I need to be mindful to use it somewhere there's a lot of open space, like out here. On a bridge? You want to use Excalibur on a bridge? I feel like that would destroy the bridge, which would be a huge problem.
あとはまあ前回の名残って結構あるんだなって。中央公園のあれのに比べたら川の瓦礫なんて問題じゃないだろう。まあ船の持ち主は災難だったとは思うが。
それはご安心を。船の持ち主には保険が下りたと桐次が言っていましたし、もともと緩衝材にするつもりで船を止めさせたのですから。
Well, that's nice.
船体を壁に見立てて宝具の威力を削いだのですね。
なんだ、じゃあ初めから承知で船を壊したってことか。
承知していたわけではありません。あれは桐次が私に黙って用意していたものです。そうですね、桐次には戦いの流れが読めていたのでしょう。
That's weird.
船を用意する前もその後も
Was he the owner of the boat who had insurance? Did he use Saber as an insurance scam to get insurance money? I get insurance on I get insurance on servant attacks. And then Saber looks down at the river, probably thinking back to that earlier Holy Grail war. The surface of the water glitters with reflected sunlight. The wind coming from the river flutters Saber's hair. She's so beautiful.
セイバー、今日は楽しかったか？
I'm suddenly scared Saber is going to disappear, so I ask a question it's probably better not to voice. Aww.
何か言いましたか？
Look at her pretty face. Smushing her cheeks.
言った。今日は楽しかったか聞いた。
I hold my breath. Saber looks a little confused.
そうですね。新鮮でないと言えば嘘になります。
She says it fondly, like she knows she'll never have another day like this. Which is exactly why I already knew her answer. The only thing left for me to do is nod in agreement, and then we walk her home. At the least, things can still go back to normal if I leave it at that.
そうか。
I look at Saber and nod.
ならまた行こう。こんなの別に今回限りってわけじゃないんだから。
It's maybe a dangerous thing to say. Aw, she's frowning now. Look what you did. Should have stopped while you were ahead. Saber's expression hardens. I think she realizes what I'm trying to say. She looks directly at me and silently shakes her head. There will not be a second time. This happened today, and that's where it will stay.
それはなぜ？
I know exactly what Saber's going to say. I know I won't be satisfied with her answer, but I ask anyway.
なぜも何もない。サーバントは戦うために存在するものです。今日のような行為は自らの存在を否定することになる。シローが休憩すべきだと判断したから従いましたが、もうこの先は体を休める必要はないでしょう。残る敵は少ない。シローが命じるなら今すぐにでもランサーを探し出したいほどですが。
She focuses on me, eyes blazing with her fighting spirit. Saber is saying that she can head into battle any time if she's ordered to. And that really sets off my anger.
なんだよそれ。そんなに戦いたいのか、お前は。
当然でしょう。戦えば戦うほど
I need my grail! I need my fancy cup. I need my sippy cup.
戦闘は何よりも優先すべきことです。それは素人って分かっているはずですが。
ああ、分かってる。だからおかしいんだ。前から言いたかったんだけどな。矛盾してるぞ、お前。セイバーは戦いが大事だって言う割に、自分から戦いたいなんて思ってないだろう。他に手段がないから、いやいや戦ってるに過ぎないんじゃないのか。
そんなことはありません。私は戦闘をためらわない。勝利するためな
They're
ら
arguing.
手段は選
Mom
ば
and
ない
Dad are
ことでしょう。
arguing, henchbuns. Yeah, she did say that. But that doesn't mean she likes fighting.
できる範囲でだろ。いいか、セイバー。単純に他のマスターを倒して聖杯を手に入れるっていうんならさ、ライダーみたいに人を襲って力を得ればいい。だけど、
それは
無関係な人間を巻き込みたくないんじゃない。いざ戦いになれば、人は死ぬものだと、お前はよくわかっている。そう。だからこそお前は、戦闘を最小限に抑えたがっていた。戦えば死者は出る。だから早く終わらせたいって。つまりさ、
Yeah, it's like she's seen a million wars or something.
たまらなく怖いんだ。
Saber's eyes grow wide, like she's seen a ghost, but quickly narrow. She grits her teeth.
違います。私は戦いを怖がってなどいません。
そうだな。確かにお前は初めから怖がってなんていなかったと思う。そんな個人の恐怖なんて王の使命とやらで塗りつぶされていたんだろうから。だけどそれでもお前は戦いを嫌ってる。お前は単に強くて戦いが上手かっただけだ。けどそれはお前が望んだ才能じゃないだろう。はっきり言うぞ。お前は戦いになんて向いていない。本当は剣を取る。
I feel like there's a better way to express what you're trying to say, but Shiro's never been good at that, has he?
戦うことだけが目的だっていうのはお前自身。
You're coping, Saber. You're a coper. On top of that, why didn't anyone around her, even herself, figure it out and just say something?
シロ、いくらあなたでもそれ以上の侮辱は許しません。
図星だから我慢できないんだろう。認めたら戦えなくなるからな。
I hear a grinding sound. Saber's glaring at me, trying to hold back her anger. I can't back down now. I know I'm right. I can't back down. You're like 60% right at best.
剣なんて自分に向いてないって分かってるんだろう。ならやめてしまえばいい。サーバントなんてやめてもっと自分に向いたこと。
Like this whole like it doesn't suit you part is just gonna piss her off more than just saying you don't actually like fighting. You only do it because you feel like you have to. That's fine, but saying like you're not fit to pick up a sword is really stupid. You're just making her mad. It's not too late for her to try to find whatever real human happiness she's always wanted. And for that, I would.
バカなことを。私に戦う以外の選択肢などありません。この私は聖杯を手に入れるためだけのものです。王の誓いを守るためにこの身を差し出した。それ以外の自分の使い道など私には許されない。
She's just an object seeking to obtain the Holy Grail. That's what ticked me off the most. Why does she talk like she's only trying to convince herself? Everyone around her took her at her word because she kept insisting on stuff like this.
バカ、そんなことあるか。道なんていくらでもある。お前はここにいるんだ。昔のお前とは違う。ならこれからは自分のために生きなきゃダメだ。間違っても聖杯を。
What I say next is what I hope for the most.
どうでもいい他人のためなんかには使うな。ここにいるならセイバーはここで幸せにならなきゃダメだ。
My ears pick up the sound of wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't nod. She only looks straight in my eyes.
その言葉にはうなずけない。私はあなたに従うと契約した。だが、心まで
Damn, get his ass.
マスター。
Saber speaks slowly and clearly.
王の誓いは破れない。私には王として果たさなければならない責務がある。アーサー王の目的は聖杯の入手です。それが叶おうとも、私はアルトリアに戻ることはないでしょう。私の望みは初めから。
Yeah, I know. She threw in the master like it was an insult.
この誓いは永遠に変わらないのですから。
なんでだよ。セイバーがやらなくちゃいけないことはそんなんじゃないだろう。そんな最後まで報われないなんて間違ってる。お前には聖杯なんて必要ない。それに
Besides, Saber's wish won't come true. What's already happened can't be changed.
セイバー、起きてしまったことをやり直すなんてできないんだ。
Yeah, she just wants to die, really.
やっ ってはいけない。
It's all martyr complexes all the way down.
お前だって気づいてるんじゃないのか。
いいえ、決してそんなことは。
なら言ってやる。たとえどんなにひどい結末だろうと、起きてしまったことを。
Yeah, it sucks that whole prophecy about your kingdom of Camelot came true and all, but
できなかったからやり直しがしたいなんて、そんなのは子供のわがままと同じじゃないか。
aw. Look at her cute face. We're at an impasse. Saber doesn't say anything more, and I don't have any more to say. The sound of the wind stops. Or rather, it pauses for a moment. An instant later, it picks back up, just as I feel the wind on my cheek.
シローなら分かってくれると思っていた。
It becomes a headwind. Ooh, she's looking fierce now.
過ごし言いたかったことを
Oh, she's so mad. She's mad now. You pissed her off. Her voice is cold. I hear only rejection in it.
思い上がらないでほしい。あなた程度の人間に私の何が分かるというのです。
Well, I did see your backstory in my brain.
あなたに
I do enjoy how messy it was. Like, I do enjoy that, like, Shira's just so fucking bad at expressing what he really means. Like, that does feel like a nice realistic touch. Like, Shira's like, he's really bad at expressing what he's really trying to say, which I think is a nice touch to his character. Because what he's trying to say is something very valid, which is basically just, I think he understands that what Saber wants isn't even really a chance to do the whole King Arthur thing over and not fuck it up. It's that she just wants to die. She wants to just actually die. She wants to undo being King Arthur and then die so she never had to feel that responsibility in the first place. But he's really bad at saying that, so it comes out as you were never fit to be a swordsman, which just makes her mad. Because that's like her entire self-worth is being good with a sword. So I kind of appreciate that, like, they're just both bad at saying things that they mean. That feels like people complain about like miscommunication and like people being unable to communicate in fiction a lot, but I think people in real life are bad at communicating.
戦うなですか。私に守られなければならない。
So it just ends with them getting mad at each other.
そのような世まい事を吐くのは一人で戦えるようになってからにしてください。まあそんなことは永遠にあり。
Damn, she's getting your ass, Shiro.
違う。世まいごとって。
She's kind of got your ass.
ですから世まい事でしょう。自分のことを考えろですって。それは素人で同じではありませんか。あなたは自分の命が感情に入っていない。
She's right though. She is kind of right about
私が
this.
間違っていると言いますが。
We're both hypocrites, so Stone, don't fucking criticize me, buddy.
自身より他人を優先するなど死者の考えだ。自身の命の重みも知らない大バカ者がよくもそんなことを言えたものです。
I know you want to die too, Shiro, so don't you fucking criticize my death wish.
勘に触りましたか。ならいっそのこと契約を解除しても構いません。あとは私一人でマスターを破り聖杯を手に入れるだけですから。そんなに戦うのが嫌ならばあなたは遠くで
Yeah, go hang out with that gay priest.
セイバー。お前。
Yeah, I know, she's kind of rending his ass right now. My voice trembles. My teeth are rattling. I'm angrier than I realized.
当然です。私の目的は聖杯だけ。それ以外のことなど余計だ。シロ、それはあなたも例外ではありません。
I struggle to breathe. I try to fight the blackness encroaching on my vision, try to get my heart beating again.
このわからずや。へい、そんなに戦いたいってんなら勝手にしろ。
They're calling it a messy breakup. Very messy. I can't keep my emotions under control. I yell out some sort of lame excuse, then turn and run. Like, what are you, 10? I run away from her. It's like, no, you're a dummy. And then he runs away. And for an instant... Aw, I think I see Saber just standing there, dumbfounded. Aw, look at her face. It's like you kicked the puppy, Shiro. You kicked your puppy girl. I just run. I don't know why I'm mad, only that I am. So I run in a fit of rage. I grit my teeth. Honestly, I'm getting dizzy just thinking back on what she said. I'm so unfocused, I might run into a pole or something. And that'd be the end of me. Well, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was only angry at Saber, I should have taken it out on her like an idiot and just been done with it. But something else caused my fit of rage. I'm not mad at Saber. I'm so frustrated that I keep running and I don't allow myself to catch my breath because I know I'm a spineless good-for-nothing. Saber just stands there, gaping at me. I heard her faintly, just as the wind changed directions. I know, not a great end to a first date, huh? I immediately regret my words and nearly trip. What did those words mean? They had sounded like parting words, but also like she'd been about to cry. Now that I think back, that was probably the only honest thing she'd said. She'd hung her head as she muttered that to me. Her voice was a mixture of expectation, disappointment, and pleading. Then, who was the betrayer and who was betrayed? You fucked up big time, Shiro. He's just gonna, like, throw himself into his bed and cry into a pillow like a teenage girl. I run into my room and slam the sliding door. I flop onto the floor, arms and legs. Okay, I didn't expect him to do exactly what I just said. Arms and legs splayed. I'm tired of standing. I just want to lie down and go right to sleep. But even when I lie down, my body's on fire. My heart feels like it's about to burst, and my lungs are desperate to take in oxygen. I ran back here at full speed, not even pausing once, so I can't blame my body for the discomfort. I feel like I still haven't run enough, but my body is telling me to slow down. It takes a bit, but I manage to calm down. I take a deep breath, hold it, then release it. He's so sad. After my breathing calms down, there's just one thing left swirling in my head, and it's a simple question. What am I really angry about? It's not really something I need to think about. I was running because I know I'm helpless. I can't help Saber. It's so frustrating I'm angry with myself. I can't do anything. I said I was going to make her smile. I decided to protect Saber, but I couldn't do anything, and that's making me so angry. That's why I tried to help Saber find happiness on her own. But she told me those efforts were futile, even called me an idiot. I mean, that's true. She kind of got you there. But what do I do with all that? I value my life, and I don't want to do anything to end it. My life has nothing to do with Saber. Bringing my circumstances into this wasn't fair. No matter how stupid I am, I know for sure that Saber's wrong. But when she outright rejects me like that, there's not really anything I can do. No! This boy is so deep in denial. No, you're not wrong. I don't have a death wish, he says as he fantasizes about dying to save, like, literally anyone every single day. I roll over to lay flat on my face. Now all I see is the tatami mat, so I might as well close my eyes and empty my mind. I don't care what happens to save her. If the Holy Grail is so important, then she should just marry it. All men are 12 at the end of the day, henchbuns. At the end of the day, many stories are about how no man matures past the age of 12. If she's going to be this stubborn after I've told her this so many times, I should just stay out of it or I'll end up getting burned. Actually, I might not get out of that mess with only a burn. I might actually get really hurt. Oh, but I'm thinking about her boobs again. I've already gotten hurt. This is worse than just getting burned. I met her, fought with her multiple times, and to survive, I saw into the depths of her heart in a moment of incredible intimacy. I remember her heat, the light deep inside her. I don't know why I'm remembering this right now. There's a faraway grassy field, memories of a girl left behind. The moment I think back to that beauty, nothing matters anymore. What Saber says doesn't matter. Saber is just unfair. I don't know what exactly is unfair about her, but I know something is. Angry as I am, I can't hate her. The more I want to forget her, the harder it gets. It's all tangled up. But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how many times she tells me it's useless. I just have to see it through to the end. I remember her face there on the verge of tears. Does that mean... will she make that face every time I do something like this? Probably. I'm going to keep doing this, even if I'm wrong. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize to her. Oh, Shiro. I think I hear a sound. I'm not sure when the sun set, but the room's gone dark. The ticking of the clock is getting annoying. Shiro, stop being a bitch in there. Wake up. Huh? She sounds upset. I snapped to full wakefulness. I jump up. Tosaka stands over me, looking annoyed. Did you? You took one nap and you forget? Tosaka is serious. And I instantly realized what that means. What, did you think she would just come back on her own after that? Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. I ignore Tosaka's yelling behind me and I just rush outside. Dude, she was so mad at you. Why do you think she would just, like, walk back on her own eventually with her tail between her legs? He's so stupid. The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there is absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about how odd that is. Saber hasn't come home yet. I actually don't blame her. We had a huge argument. She said she was going to fight alone. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber's nowhere to be found. If I can't find her, that means she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. But I head straight to one more place. The air near the river is cold. The night is chilly, and when I passed the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breath mists white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge, with the wind flowing up from the river. There, I see her. She's just been standing in the same place the whole time. She really is Puppy. She's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and just gazes out over the water. Maybe she's following the sun, which has long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on a red horizon that's long since vanished. And that's when I realize Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove she can get by without anyone's help. But at the same time, she's so fragile she might slip through my fingers if I reach for her. She can't do things alone, but she will probably keep that front up till the very end. Know anybody else like that? Shiro? So, just like me, there you go. Okay, alright. It's a little bit of internalization. She'd been staring up at the unreachable stars. All she does is look at the setting sun, as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our argument needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led to me swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean on the rail next to Saber.
Saber, 体冷えるぞ。
She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me.
シロ、
She turns toward me.
何してんだよ、こんな時間まで。いつまでも帰ってこないから、遠坂が心配してたぞ。
そうですか。それは悪いことをした。
別にいいけどな。けど、なんだってこんなところにいたんだ、お前は。
はい。ここにいたのはまだ行き先が決まっていなかったからです。シロは勝手にしろと言ったでしょう。ですから勝手にしようと思ったのです。
Well, I at least appreciate your honesty.
けれど何をするべきか、何をしたいのか、どこに行きたいのか思い浮かばず、
She...
ずっとどこに行くべきかを考えて
I can't figure anything out. Too long living as a warrior will do this to you. She sounds like a lost child. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty? Maybe she does after the fight we had. I don't blame her for thinking I must be angry.
申し訳ありません。リンには世話になったと伝えてください。ランサーを倒し、聖杯を手に入れたのなら。
And are you gonna defeat Lancer by standing here in this one place? Is she saying that she intended to wander around alone without anywhere to go home to? That idiot.
何言ってるんだ。お前が帰るところは俺んちだろ。飯だって布団だって、ちゃんとセイバーの分を用意してんだから。
ですが、
Food.
シロはもう私のことなど知らないと。
そうだよ。セイバーが何考えてるか、俺にはわからない。
I say that, and then I take her hand.
シロ、
うちに帰るぞ。いくらサーバントだからって、こんなに冷えたら風邪を。
I think it actually does, but you know, whatever. He's trying to be nice.
あったかいものでも食べよう。
ですが私は。
それと、言っとくけど、俺は謝らないからな。
It would be pretty funny for a servant to get a cold.
文句があるなら、今のうちに言っとけよ。
I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me, confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything. She just follows me in silence, holding my hand. We head across the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations, like fountains and streetlights. Those aren't really decorations, they're more like, I don't know, infrastructure, but whatever. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. She stood on that bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and tired. When I tug on her hand, she occasionally stumbles, like she's about to fall down.
セイバー、もう少しゆっくり歩こうか。なんか調子が良くなさそうだし。
I turn toward her as I speak.
いえ、体はとても元気です。ただリンの言葉に踊らされるわけではありませんが、こうして手をつないでいると
It's different when it's late at night, isn't it? And, just like that, my face turns bright, hot red.
そうだな。その手離そうか。セイバーが迷惑だったらの話だけど。
Blink, blink, blink.
いいえ、私もこうしている方がいいです。シローの手は温かくて安心します。
And there our conversation ends. I resume heading home, just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I'm not even sure how much farther it is to the house. A little embarrassed by the warmth of our clasped hands, we both leave the park. A lot's happened today, but if we're ending the day with warmth like this, hell, I'll change religions and think that priest who, indirect as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Thanks, Kirei. Of course, the second I think that... Uh-oh. Oh, brother. Way to ruin a moment. Oh, no. Not this fucking guy. We run into someone we never should have. The elation I'd felt vanishes and my mind goes blank. Goosebumps cover my body and I realize I've forgotten how to breathe. Saber, standing behind me, probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own. The same way I feel a sense of impending death, Saber feels the inevitable despair. Oh my god, this fit. This really is the fuckboy outfit. Oh my god. He looks like a gigolo. He's kind of a little... I just realized, this guy is on the exact same wavelength as Roa was in Tsukihime, where he's like obsessed with the heroine. Like, Roa's kind of the same type of guy. Oh my god, his hair is so ugly too. Roa even has... Roa's fashion sense is also bad, but it's not as bad as this. Like, at least he's just wearing, like the button-up and the slacks, and, like, the fucking... Like, he's got some of the buttons done, which is, like, it looks terrible, but at least that's, like, a real outfit. What is this guy? What is this shit, brother? You have not adapted to human culture at all. The man in gold. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Castor's bone soldiers and even took out Castor with barely any effort. His hair is so ugly. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at exactly the right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms right in front of us, even more than when we face Berserker. Yeah, brother, that's not happening. King of Knights is a really good title. It's a shame this guy is the only one who uses it. Archer stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Saber is his only focus. Yeah, it's like shitty Super Saiyan here. He admires her like she is a piece of art. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle.
何としても衝撃だけは防ぎます。その隙にあなただけは離脱してください。それがどれほど困難かは分かっていますが、あのサーバント相手では
Yeah, he does seem like kind of OP. I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber can only block his first attack. My chances of getting away from this guy are slim at best. Saber is asking me to forgive her for what is about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof, that making Saber fight this servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. This is not a matter of her skills as a knight. That's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, so long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold. I cover Saber and face Archer. He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, Chief. I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death I can only hope isn't inevitable. There's no plan here. I'm just going to risk it all and run straight at this guy. Then I'm going to project Saber's sword again, just like when we fought Berserker. Well, that's kind of what I expected. I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right beside me. It's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash, and I slam hard into the ground. I can't move. My body is completely useless, like all my bones have turned to jelly. I've lost all sensation in my limbs. The pain is so dull, I can't even tell if I'm still alive. Yeah, I hit him with a big mallet. It has been a while since we got some Shiro Riona. The man laughs. It was about time we got to see Shiro get beat up again. He's an abuse magnet. I try to push myself up, but my body won't listen. And then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he will do just what he said he would. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning. Saber tries to run toward me. That's a good face. I like that face. That one's funny. The man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about Archer, but Saber can close that distance in a heartbeat. You know, when I titled this stream that, I didn't expect how right I would be. Oh, brother. I think we gotta kill this guy, chat room.
貴様。
そう憤るな。俺は奪うだけではない。等しく喜びも与えよう。俺のものになる。
Man, this guy is like older than old school. This guy is biblical. He's on some Solomon shit. The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber, as if in a welcoming embrace. He's got some real Old Testament views. Like, we're not even talking like 18th, 19th, 20th century misogyny. This guy is like Old Testament misogyny.
もう一度だけ言うぞ、セイバー。このまま俺のものになれ。この世界で共に二度目の生を謳歌しようではないか。
断る。そのようなことに興味はないし。
Kotowaru.
何より貴様と共に生きるなどまかり間違ってもありえません。
Have you considered working on your personality at all, Archer 2? Then maybe like Saber would take you up on your own. Have you considered not just being a huge cunt? Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. He stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place. You know, this guy really can't be saying this shit while he's dressed like the world's shittiest, like, male host. Like, you're getting the absolute worst service possible from him at the club. Yorokobe. Hey, that's Kirei's thing. Well, that's not true, because you keep saying that if I make you mine, you're saying you're gonna make her yours, so she'll still have a master, just not a capital M one. He's so damn smug. That's true. Yeah, I think the voice acting in this is pretty fantastic. I do like this guy's voice. To that... She must have realized that the only option is to fight him. And before she engages with the enemy, she wants to know why he does what he does. For the man who has everything. What do you get for the man who has everything? A wife, I guess. Okay, that's definitely a reference to something. Like, mythologically, I mean. Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber subtly shakes her head to refute those words. I've definitely heard of that somewhere, of like somebody who gave immortality to a snake because he didn't want it. Ruling the world. Maybe Alexander the Great? That would certainly fit his attitude. Ozymandias, look upon my works in despair. I feel like I'm not far off with that guess.
お前とてその政権を人に使われては腹立たしいだろう、騎士王よ。
Pale mist shrouds Saber. Then, in a flash, she is wearing her brilliant silver armor. I do like that. I think it's kind of cute that, like, Saber has, like, her armor is like a magical girl transformation, basically.
ほう
He doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's armor materialized by magical energy, Archer's must be the same. It is very cool looking, unfortunately. It is unfortunate how cool his armor is. In the brief space of their rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains.
よいぞ。歯向かうことを許す、セイバー。
See, his hair looks better in this sprite. It's only when he's forward-facing does it look really bad. The enemy happily announces the beginning of a battle. Henchmans, this is going to be a fight scene, and I want to be fully locked in for the fight scene. Give me 1 second to piss. I've been holding it for a while. I wasn't sure if a fight was going to actually happen. Sorry, give me 1 second. I gotta go piss real quick. Listen to this cool music. I do like this song, though. This song is good. Give me 1 sec. It's gonna, because it stops sound when I tab out, but it's gonna, I'm gonna tab back in a second. So be patient. Hedge buttons, I am back. I also got some water to wet my parched throat because I hadn't had anything to drink since the start of the stream. So all that reading was making my throat dry. All right. Okay. Let's get back to it, huh? Let's get to this fight scene that will almost certainly go poorly for Saber. I don't think this is gonna go well. I don't have a lot of faith in this one going well, but we'll see. Maybe Saber will pull out a win somehow. This guy doesn't feel like he's gonna go down this time. All right. A white light bursts in the air between them. Saber's sword, shrouded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly toward the Golden Knight. One, 2, 3, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. That must hurt. It's just like when I first saw Saber that night when she fought Lancer. Saber channels her excess magical energy into her sword and strikes with such speed and precision that she all but becomes a lightning bolt. I don't think he gives a fuck. He doesn't seem to give many fucks. The clang of sword against armor echoes through the air. Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Saber's skill with a sword is vastly superior to his. On top of that, her sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against that invisible blade. It strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it and sending sparks showering in all directions. The only thing the man can do is ward Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight. It's a massacre. But, in spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed even after such a savage assault, that golden armor must be his noble phantasm. I mean, I guess if she hits him enough, eventually it'll work. Archer raises his arm, but not towards Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Archer just stretches his arm up into the empty night sky. Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword, shaped like a key. Keyblade! Saber plants both feet, unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer. But Archer bats it aside with his dark red sword. That doesn't sound good. That sounds bad. Saber put some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. The enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question. But it also means he's showing his hand. Whether his noble phantasm is armor or a sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. I don't think you want to see it. I don't think we want to see it. Saber readjusts her stance. Archer's already said his armor is at its limit. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his noble phantasm now, the next blow will decide the match. The sword in her hand is still invisible. She readies her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know what that noble phantasm is. She put that distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She's readying herself to face Archer directly. Each of them wields a sword, and if their powers are equal, then it is a matter of the wielder's skill. And that should mean Saber will win. I don't like that face he's making. The man laughs. Saber charges without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor. The very instant I think that. Uh-oh. Gate of Babylon. Uh-oh. Okay. Now I know who this guy is. An invisible door opens behind the man. Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now, not the black and red sword. It's an invisible sword, like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer already has a different sword. His sword strikes at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her becomes almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in on her from all sides. As the shards clinging to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. Saber blocks the weapon, arcing for her neck with a gauntlet, but it's useless. The scythe shears through her gauntlet like it's made of tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. Uh-oh. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for her next attack. She's desperately fleeing the enemy. Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. A halo of hilts float around Archer. Those are the swords that slaughtered Castor, his noble phantasm. Now it's backing Saber into a corner. I guess you would be able to use every noble phantasm if you were basically the original hero. When you say Babylon, then I'm like, oh, okay. You're that old. You're the first. You're like the first one ever. I guess that makes sense then, doesn't it? Even I, looking on from a distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. All those hilts floating behind him are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can tell there's no end to them. They're all from different times and places. Yeah, I guess if you're like the first mythological hero, then it's like, well, everybody else came from you, so you can use all their shit. Which is pretty cool, actually. That servant has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore. Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name just because someone asks. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask.
生前用えた武器を宝具とするならば単純な話ではないか。この宝具は全て俺が生前に集めたものということではないか。私を侮っているのか、アーチャー。
That's impossible.
あなたが何者であろうと、他の英霊たちのシンボルたる宝具を揃えられるはずがない。そのような英霊はこの世界に
Not seeing a lot of archery here, I'm noticing. I'm seeing a lot of swords, not a lot of bows. Saber's right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There are demonic swords from Northern Europe and even from South America. No hero ever made a name for themselves in so many regions. Besides, Lancer should be the only one with Guy Bolg. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapons they use during their life as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who could have Guy Bolg is Cuchulainn. I'm still not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right. But Archer isn't Cuchulainn. And that means his spear can't be Guy Bolg. But the thing is, it definitely is the real Guy Bolg. If those noble phantasms were all fake, that would explain it. But they're real, so that's just... No, wait. Could they all be originals? The weapons' prototypes? It might be possible. Legend and myth don't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as a model for them. Legends, which get to the point of becoming the basis of worship, usually only take root in the lands where they are said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they come from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms and mythology existed before they were known and named? What is that fucking face you're making? What is this? What is this expression meant to convey? Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. I've finally gotten to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult. I guess he does look kind of disgusted. He's like, ew, a gross guy. Yeah, okay, it's Gilgamesh. It all comes from the very first guy. It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, a base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in each country has an original. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all those prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. And that could only be one hero. A hero from the oldest of legends, far older than the legend of King Arthur or Heracles. The tyrant who ruled ancient Mesopotamia. A king who was half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and who eventually sought eternal youth. Yeah, Gilgamesh. That makes sense. That makes sense that that would be our final boss. Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction. He is like, that's like the very first mythological hero in recorded human history, so that makes sense. He would be the strongest ever. I'm like everyone's dad, which makes this especially weird. There's nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use his endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy. Dude, if you summon this guy in a Holy Grail War, you like really hit the jackpot.
やってみなければわかりません。いかに英雄王といえど超えられるものがあるはずだ。
Yeah, I assume. I haven't read the original Epic of Gilgamesh myself. I should though. I'm sure it makes for interesting reading. But I'm sure he's not. What I do know about the original Epic of Gilgamesh is, one, he's a huge asshole, like most mythological heroes. Most mythological heroes are actually huge dicks. That's why we support the villains here, of course. And also, he was in love with his good friend Enkidu. He just loved him so much as a friend. Him and Enkidu, just good friends. I'm sure Enkidu has showed up in some Fate thing by now. There's no way that hasn't happened. The air around Saber wavers. Saber, girly, that's not gonna work. I understand you're trying to save your Shiro here, but this isn't gonna work. The wind envelopes her as it picks up, becoming a whirlwind to protect her. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. This shit's not gonna work, Saber. I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? There's that face again. This face kills me. Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances toward me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. Is she telling me to run away while I have the opportunity? I don't think he can run, Saber. It sounded like all of his bones got turned into dust a little bit ago. Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This positioning must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me. I try to force myself to move, and with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, all I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. That shit hurts. I've lost all sensation, but every bone in my body creaks as I begin moving. The pain is a warning. My body is coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. What I need to do is get to my feet as fast as I can and protect Saber. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. Yeah, me too. If it's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh myself. We can't beat him, no matter what. My instincts keep telling me that I just can't let Saber fight him. The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of that dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. Which I don't... No, that is a word. On top of that... Uh-oh. He draws a strange sword from the gate behind him. That's scary. That's where my premonition came from. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword. I've just got every sword ever. The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in different directions. It looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock and/or the heavens. Dude, you gotta get out of here. He's about to bust out the Giga Drill break.
純粋に宝具の力
So all you want to do is measure swords? Light flashes off their weapons. The two of them are still about 10 meters apart. Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid her attacks from that distance.
そう遠慮することはないぞ最強と呼ばれるその剣
I don't think this shit's gonna work. I think we're gonna lose, chat room. His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as a provocation.
いいだろうならば我が剣見事受け切ってみるがいい
Saber moves. Her lips form the sword's true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasm, released when its wielder speaks its name, strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh.
出番起きるがいいいや
The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the three segments whirl faster. If Saber's Excalibur summons a whirlwind by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's Aya creates a gale by drawing in wind. But Saber is more experienced with handling her anti-fortress noble phantasm. It's faster than Aya. Saber pours as much magical energy as she possibly can into her weapon in seconds, igniting its massive power. Kaliba! Yeah, her theme music isn't playing, chat room. It's over. You're so right. When the theme music isn't playing, you know this shit isn't gonna work. She doesn't hesitate. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it could split a river in two. At the same moment,
エヌマエリシュ
a light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. He's having fun with it, at least. Damn, okay. The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees from the ground. The colliding lights are like an exploding sun blinding me. I think we're fucked. I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. I cling to the ground with my one functioning arm. It's all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful I fear they might split the world in two. But then... it suddenly ends with Saber surrounded by white light. Okay! That's big. A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Something thuds into the ground beside me. I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. Yeah, I figured. I figured that shit wouldn't work. She got fucked up. The matchup was not good, chat room. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. In the distance, the Golden Knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman.
人類最強の聖剣とやらもその程度か人間の幻想など
You know, I'm starting to learn to think this guy didn't learn any lessons from his epic. His laughter rises so high, it seems to soar up into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling to himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen.
Saber.
She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world goes red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh, so why didn't I try to stop her, even if I had to use a command spell?
しかし味気ない完全にこちらの圧勝か相殺することもできぬとは拍子抜け
Gilgamesh made up his character arc to make people like him. It's true. I guess Enkidu isn't here to keep him in line. His smug voice is grating. Goddamn, brother. He's only saying this because he's in the closet, honestly. He only says this misogynistic shit because he's so deeply in the closet. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I may have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I'd been serious about protecting her, I could have used a command spell to make her escape, even if it was just her. And there would have at least been options for me to fight on my own. No, what? No, there wouldn't have been? What are you talking about? You would have been disintegrated in a second. His voice draws closer. Saber must have come too. I see her eyes open. I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far enough away that I can't reach her. She lays still, but I can't run to her. All I can do is call out to her. Okay, well, we've got a reaction. Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if to ask for help, but even that is painful enough to send her into a coughing fit. It's not looking good, team. Her voice is weak, and the question makes clear she can't see me. I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and can only move one arm. I can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state. Yeah, you sure did. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, honey. You lost big time. She tilts her head toward me, her eyes lifeless. Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me and I see red. I've been relying on Saber and this is the result. I took one hit and I can't even get up. To be fair, it was a big hammer. I grab my head with one hand that still works. I could just about kill myself. I have every intention of crushing my head and so pour all the strength I can into my hand. Girls getting hurt makes me so mad I gotta kill myself. The switch fails. Instead of using my finger, I imagine a hammer to press the switch to change myself into a mage. I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond your abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. If I can't protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, if I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. I throw my switch open wide. Ignoring my own limits, I generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites. Oh, back to the old methods, and my entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting, and I bite my tongue to endure it. My teeth sink into the fleshy muscle. If I have to bite a hole into my tongue to remain conscious, so be it. The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh's amused laughter stops with them. She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams as she tries desperately to push herself up. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, but it begins to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running toward water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Oh, right. With my mind very nearly burning up, I finally realize. From the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt. I don't think he's really rational right now. At least even less than usual, that is. Stop making that fucking face. I stop the enemy from approaching. Saber is behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. I restrain my panicking, burning body and focus my will. I need to imagine one single thing. I divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. I'll just make Excalibur again. Or, sorry, Excalibur. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds. I don't think this shit's gonna work either, but, you know. Might as well give everything you have a shot. If you're gonna die anyway, you might as well give everything you have a shot. I ready the sword. I hold it in both hands. It's so much heavier than the bamboo sword, and glare at Gilgamesh. I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment, then laughs. His voice is utterly devoid of emotion. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. I dodge the surprise attack by swaying sideways. I think you're a little outmatched here, Shiro, even with a big fancy sword. Too slow. If the first attack is sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follows is like a storm. He's got a billion swords to throw at you. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I wouldn't have even been able to block the first attack on my own. Fortunately, when I reproduced the sword, I also reproduced its memory. A sword that's been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. This sword must have already mastered this particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword seems to be able to. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attacks. I let the sword guide me, and manage to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attack. I bet it hurts, though. Doesn't last long. Every time I swing the sword, my fingers go numb, and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind the sword's guidance. Me when I see a bug beneath a rock. Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. He glares hatefully at me as he backs up just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he'd kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I try to catch my breath. And then... Uh-oh. He draws a sword. Ooh, classic. It looks familiar. The decorations are different, though. The thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul, are too similar to this sword. Well, thanks for showing that to Shiro, because now he can make it, I guess.
お前が持つ王を選定する岩に刺さった剣は北欧に伝わる支配を与える木に刺さった剣が流れたものだが、これはその原型。王を選定するという政権の大元だ。
Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword in the Tree of Supremacy? The Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword Gram? I don't know about that one. Children surpass their parents all the time. Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves toward the enemy's sword more fiercely, more powerfully than ever before. The noble phantasm is called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory. But it shatters instantly in the face of Morodak, the original sin. Unfortunately, his sword was cooler than yours. I hear something sliding along the ground. They are fucking good. It's a faint rustling sound. Is the park's ground slippery? I roll across the ground like a bit of trash in the wind before finally coming to a stop. Her voice tells me I'm still alive. I'm relieved to see that. I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber's here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I can run to her. I don't know about the standing up part, buddy. I glance at my arm. It's red. My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, but there's no blood coming from it. Saber's shouts reach me as I lay there staring at my arm. It looks like my torso is what's hurt. That single attack. I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Saber's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. My left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting at my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like mismatched building blocks. Oh, you got real fucked up this time. I look like a ginkgo leaf. Yep, there goes Shiro getting bisected again. Yeah, we're back to Guro. This is what it's about. We should be goring the boys more. I've been cut open from shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. It might be Shiro over, chat room. Besides, even a tiny movement would send all my organs tumbling out of my torso. Maybe I really am dead, and my consciousness, or my ghost, or something is just hanging around watching what's unfolding.
なんだ、見事に散らばったと思ったが存外にしぶといのだな。なるほど。
なるほど。
さだけが雑種の取り柄というわけか。
He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating that laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body.
だがそこまでだ。貴様に獅子は似合わん。その女は俺がもらう。
More footsteps. This time, he's going to take Saber for sure. It's hilarious you get a choice here. I'm like, what else is he supposed to do? What the fuck else is Shiro supposed to do here? We gotta get back up, Charon. Get back in the fight, even though all of your organs are spilling out. Let's give it a shot. I pour all the strength I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with my sticky, slippery arm and lever myself upright, even as I'm on the verge of literally splitting apart. Yeah, I know. Like, after all the ridiculous shit Shiro's done so far, in what world would the correct choice be like, oh, I'm just gonna lay here. I'm done. For a brief second, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake.
待て。まだ終わっていない。
I forced myself up. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that barely kept my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning.
ほう、未練か。だろうな。あれはお前には過ぎた宝だ。その気持ちはわからんでもない。ならばこそ他の男の手に奪われるのは悔しかろう。
Too far. He goes too far. I can't listen to another second of his shit. I've had enough of this guy.
だから奪うとか奪われるとかセイバーを
I've had enough of this guy. I pour what energy I can into my right arm. It feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protest, but begins to obey. I push myself up to one knee.
言うこと
You really do gotta appreciate how this guy just doesn't know how to give up. Literally about to fall into two pieces. I take a deep breath, trying to focus what strength I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shifting around as if with minds of their own.
なぜもう無理だとどうしてわからないのです。
Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I mean, listen. If you were gonna die anyways, might as well use it all up, right? I push everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. Gilgamesh's laughter, the pathetic state my body's in, none of that is my biggest obstacle right now. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel life flood into my knees. Now all I have to do is get to my feet.
いらない。あなたの助けなどいりません。敗北した以上、私はすでにあなたの剣ではない。
Stop coping.
このまま消えるのが。
No more cope, Saber. It's Saber's voice. Damn. If you keep saying that, if you keep making this even harder, I'll get mad, even at you. Being cut in half isn't as painful as making a girl sad. That's Shiro to a T. It's true.
こんなことであなたに死なれたら私は。
Ugh, I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel.
うるさい。いいから少しは黙ってろ。こういう時が
I don't know if it's so much reliance as you're literally about to be cut in half. You already were kind of cut in half.
優先順位を間違えないでほしい。私の身などどうでもいい。そんなものより、あなたは自身の命を第一にするべきだ。
She's pleading with me. Knowing that I'm responsible for the agonized sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. But
俺にはセイバー以上に欲しいものなんてない。
I can't allow myself to give in to her plea. Saber gapes at me. I'm not sure why, but I remember something. She once told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of my own life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves to try to help someone else is a little presumptuous. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be themselves. The people who think like that are the ones who can be truly happy, and so they can then share that happiness with other people as well. I'm a sicko though. I'm a freak. I've got 500 weird complexes, and I won't do anything about them. I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever was most important to me should have been was empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality, because now that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save. I'm gonna project all of my weird complexes on this white woman, too. Many such cases. It is, pie grade. I do think that's fascinating. I do think that's this is like kind of an interesting thread. Actually, I kind of see this interesting thread through Harano Kyokai to Tsukihime to this is like a people not seeing their own worth. Like, I feel like that's a thread that connects like the protagonists of all of these. And then I realize it wasn't that I was sympathetic towards her. The girl in my dreams, the girl reading this, that girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for all she did. I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring. That's why I need to protect you, Saber. You are alone your entire life, so I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Yep, once this is all over, on the verge of your death, I hope you can go into your eternal slumber, proud of what you did with your life. No more hesitation. My objective is clear. I regret the apology as soon as I give it. But I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that, now of all times, because the words would come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around to see her face, but no, I can't really see anymore anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords for her as she needs. You really got to appreciate how much of a cunt this guy is. He's like doing a little golf clap. Ooh, you stood up. I feel a scorching heat in my right hand. Here, on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping to be saved. I say that as I raise my right hand. Gilgamesh raises his sword. I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to project a sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushes at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber, somewhere behind me. This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her then. I said it's what I do. It's what I've always wanted to do. She's strong, but at the same time could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll sheath her. Right. Yes. You figured it out. Finally, Shiro. You finally figured out the part of the sword you needed to actually make. You know, the one that gives you immortality. And then, before I realize what's going on. There's a sword in my right hand. I'm not sure who said that, but there is a brief hesitation. At the same moment, the invincible knight in gold takes a step backward. Saber takes my hand. The vortex of light fades. Saber is right beside me. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes open and bleeding. Ooh, gotcha a little bit. We gotcha. I don't know what happened, but I realize it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made, and it destroyed Gilgamesh's gram. Two titanic beams of light collide before one overwhelms the other, and we manage to truly wound the man who, until now, had been completely unscathed. He radiates murderous intent. It is terrifying. In spite of that ferocious, murderous rage, the Golden Knight leaves without a word. Oh, what a pussy. He's so mad. He's so salty. But there's no time to be surprised. Oh yeah, I'm dying. I have no idea why he just left. But even as I feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I know the battle's over. Defeated male leaves. My knees buckle. The tension that kept me upright fades and I collapse. Saber hurries forward and catches me. While I slip down onto my rear, supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body is torn to pieces. I should have been killed the instant Gilgamesh laid me open from shoulder to hip. Not good? That's what I would say. This is definitely not good. My healing power must be what's got me clinging to life, but even that has its limits. I'm practically split in two. I can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is that Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, but it looks like Saber was just exhausted. She's disarmed, and her wounds are already healed. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka can take care of the rest. What is that? I hear that sound again. That sound of creaking bones is coming from me. Curious, I look down at my wounds. I see myriad swords, or I see what looks like tons of tiny blades converging, layering atop each other, trying to knit together my broken body. The man who loves swords so much, he became swords. I feel faint. It looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. Yeah, it's kind of gross. The next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal, and what I thought I saw a moment ago seems to have only been an illusion. As proof of that, my ruined flesh begins fusing together. My wounds close right before my eyes. It's more like restoration rather than healing. Looking at it, I feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. Looks like I'm going to make it. But this is just two. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Shiro. I hear Saber's voice at my ear. She's, really close. You know, they say big magic always has a price. You want to summon a sword so bad? Here, become a sword. Normal boy looks inside, finds swords. That's a good one. I want to ask what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then, my body is enveloped in a soft embrace. Aww. I like how little you see Shiro's face in the CGs he is in. It kind of feels like halfway to, like, Shiro is very much like not, he doesn't, like, his narration is so, like, how do I put this? His narration is so utterly bizarre and, like, not normal that it feels impossible for him to be any way like a blank protagonist for the reader to project onto. But, like, a lot of the CGs with him are drawn that way. Like, they don't show you his face because they want your face to be there. I'm not sure. It feels like a weird halfway. Yeah, that vessel is way too full for me to project onto this guy. I'm like that. I'm not him. I'm not this guy. This guy's too much. This guy's got problems that I don't have. I've got my own set of problems. He's got really different ones. I can't stay awake. I produce too much magical energy. My worn-out mind just wants to sleep now. I don't know how strong it is, but Saber moves closer and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight. That's right. You have to put your sword inside of Shiro, Saber. That's what you have to do, okay? Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. That sensation is so comforting, and the last of my remaining consciousness fades away. I finally realize I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking with a little foolish sadness that this scene would be better if our positions were reversed. Can you just take a win, buddy? This is a huge win for you. You can't let your weird masculinity get in the way of this. For the final time, I see that red hill once again. The red memory. I dive deeper into her memory, and I realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I've seen many times already. After becoming king and killing her will so that she could devote herself to the will of her nation, her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Altria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. All that awaited the isolated girl was rebellion at the hands of her own family. Learn more about Mordred in some other thing. I know she exists, I just don't know. I don't know. A young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Altria's oldest sister, Morgan, was in fact the king of knights' own son. We don't have to ask her how this worked. We don't have to figure out the genetics, the biology of this whole thing with Morgan. Altria was never able to have a child as a woman, but Mordred had her blood coursing through his veins. I'm not clear what happened to make this possible, but Altria's older sister, Morgan, loathed her for becoming king. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne for himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. I'm sure I'll figure it out someday. It's probably not really relevant to this story, so let's not worry about it too much. That revolt would end in what later became known as the Battle of Camelon. The final battle and the end of King Arthur. King Arthur learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with her weary army to invade her own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. If I remember correct, I mean, this might be one of the things that depends on which version of the legend you read. The one I read as a young bun was was it T.H. White? The T.H. White version of the King Arthur myth, which I think it was just I think it was like Morgan Le Fay put Arthur under some sort of spell, or it was part of the whole destiny thing that he would produce a child with her. And also there's that whole part of Guinevere also having relations with Arthur's wife Guinevere. There's that part of the whole betrayal and stuff. If I remember right, one of the other knights, Galahad, I think it's Galahad, is also one of Morgan's children. Is it Galahad I'm thinking of? But, like, none of them were good enough, which is part of the reason they don't like Morgan Le Fay. Like, her own children, like, it was Gawain, thank you. Gawain, not Galahad. Gawain, Galahad was Lancelot's son, right. You're right, Galahad was Lancelot's son, yeah. Gawain is Morgan, one of Morgan's children. I think there's a couple other knights that are related to Gawain as well. Not direct children of Morgan, but like kind of related to Gawain. Yeah, Gawain, Gareth, and Agravain. I think they're all related to Morgan. But they all kind of resent her because they're not like good enough for what she wants to do. They're not the capital O1, which is why she wants to produce Mordred, basically. Anyways, not relevant. She attacked the lands she once defended. Those few knights who remained loyal to her died. The only two left standing in the end were the king and her son, Mordred. The combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory. But the king was not unharmed, and also, you know, real sad about killing your own son. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung his sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king. And so that battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the King of Knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. None of the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought was intense, but this final one was her greatest loss. She returned to her homeland only to have to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her, and had to watch those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I have no idea what was going through her head in that moment, but I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knight who tried to remain king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Altria would want to see. Well, at least we didn't die. I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room lying on my futon. You know, compared to that, taking out Lancer is going to be easy. I feel like we don't have to worry too much about Lancer compared to fucking Gilgamesh. Yeah, I know. We kind of, I mean, I feel like if we fucked up Gilgamesh, I don't know what fucking chance Lancer stands. Granted, Gilgamesh is still out there, so. But what about Saber? She used Excalibur. She must be running low on magical energy, since she probably healed herself too. Yeah, if I were Rin, I would just be totally fed up. I would just be like, can you go one fucking day without getting totally, like, fucking cut open on your own room floor. Saber reaches for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out of it and wrings it before wiping off the cool water. Honestly, what she does mostly just embarrasses me.
シロ、傷が痛むのですか？また熱が出てきたようですが。
熱なんか出てない。いや、そうじゃなくて。いいからセイバーも休んでくれ。今は元気かもしれないけど、エクスカリバーを使ったんだ。セイバーの方こそ休んでなくちゃダメじゃないか。そんなんじゃまた倒れちまうだろ
まあ、それはそうなのですが。今は私の方が元気ですから。マスターの傷が癒えるまで、私が守るのは当然でしょう。
それはもっともな話だよな。
She's got me there. Yeah, she wasn't the one cut in half. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree.
分かったよ。俺もしっかりと休むから、セイバーもちゃんと休んでくれ。セイバーが休んでくれないと、俺も落ち着いて眠れない。
それはそうですね。私とて睡眠を取らねばならぬ身ですから。
Saber nods in agreement, then wrings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I do my best to swallow my embarrassment as I watch Saber tend to me.
それでは、私も先に休ませていただきます。
I guess I'll go nappy mode since you asked.
御身、くれぐれもお大事に、シロ。
ああ。
おやすみなさい。言いそびれましたが、礼を言います、シロ。あなたが助かって、本当によかった。
There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. Her smile seems fragile, maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. When Saber disappears into her room, I'm stricken by a sudden sense of relief. Or maybe loneliness. I regret not telling her to stay here and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow, but that would be too much for her. Besides, if we did that, it would remind me of that night. I shake off the image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. Feels like an entire week has gone by just today. My date with Saber was more challenging than fun. Then we got in an argument and I left, abandoning Saber. And then... yeah, there was a lot of explosions there. No, I shouldn't think of that until I've completely recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, but we also need to defeat Lancer, whoever his master is. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance at winning. Yeah, it's a long fucking day. This only happened a few hours ago. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. I was a wreck, and near to passing out. I can't fall asleep. In Saber's dream, her face, resolute even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. Then I hear her voice saying, "Good night." The image of her frail profile, of her smile, is burned into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. That just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration just completely overwhelms me.
シロ、体の具合が悪いのですか?
A concerned voice drifts in from the other side of the closed door. Yeah, those things are thin. She can hear you, man. My breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having trouble sleeping.
いや、大丈夫。それよりも、まだセイバーは起きてるのか?
はい。 ですが、本当にシロの方はよろしいのですか？まだ苦しいのでしたら、そちらに行きますが。
All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back will come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now.
セイバー、少しだけ話いいか？
Let's just talk. Just you, me, and this wall I put between us.
はい。このままでよろしければ。
We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think back on that smile, that last expression I saw on her face. She looked so happy. And when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm, but I still need to talk to Saber. Shiro, buddy, you've already done the sex thing. Do you not know what it means to want to have sex? I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. My voice trembles. My tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that.
もういい。いいから。お前は自分のために。
Oh, we get dramatic piano. Some unknown force forces the words from me. Bit of an awkward syntax, but okay.
どうして？
There shouldn't even be a question. I'll just keep repeating myself until you realize it. Nice music, yeah. Chill lo-fi beats to confess to.
一人で戦い抜いたんだろう。なら、セイバーが幸せにならないなんて嘘だ。お前は立派に誓いを果たした。なら、このままアルトリアに戻ってもいいはずだ。
何を言うかと思えば、まだそんなことを言うのですか、あなたは。
ずっと言い続ける。そんなの惚れちまったんだから仕方ないだろう。だからセイバーは、いや、お前はアルトリアに。
I suppress a sudden surge of emotion. I'm on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word.
シロ、私を困らせないでほしい。そのようなことを言われても、私は。
Her answer is unchanged. No, it sounds like he's saying Altria. Like, it sounded like he said Altoria, which does sound like Artoria, but it sounds like they're going hard on Altria. My heart aches from her determination.
シロは私の過去を知って、
It's just the L and R thing makes it sound also like Artoria, which is probably why it ends up Altria, even though that makes no fucking sense.
そこまで私に構うのです。私がどれほどの罪を重ねてきたのか、あなたは見てきたはずなのに。
Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king. Many enemies killed. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still, knowing this, I want Altria to be happy.
それがどうした？この感情が何かは知らない。俺はただセイバーをこのままにしておけないだけだ。セイバーは笑ってくれ。俺はもっとずっとセイバーと一緒にいたい。
It's such a childish confession of love. I wait for her answer as the silence stretches out between us. What Saber might be doing, or how she might be reacting behind that closed door, I have no idea. Are my words even getting through to her?
私の答えは変わりません。王の誓いは破れない。ふさわしくなかったとはいえ、私は王として国を任せられた。その責務を果たせなかったというのに、そんな自由は許されない。
Her voice is so sad, I can't stand it any longer. I don't want to hear the solitary oath Altria took when she became king. I already know it. All this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. I kick at the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is the sliding door leading to her room.
シロ、
The door slides softly as I open it. Gotta tear down those walls between you. The sliding door is a metaphor. Yeah, it's good. My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? I look at pretty girl and I forget everything. Before me, I see trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck and shoulders so thin they seem in danger of snapping in a breeze. And I see her golden hair splashed with moonlight, just like when we first met. Without even thinking, I'm embracing her. I hold her so tight I might break her. It's different from that night. I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous. Even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice, I never fell in love. There was never someone I couldn't let go of. I do like the framing, like it moving left and right is pretty nice. It's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but I relax my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear. Excuse me. She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips over hers to silence her. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. But my sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive now. I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently. She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me on the verge of tears. I don't want to be mean. He's such a silly boy. Not the most romantic line, but he's trying. Even if it could only make her forget her vow to be king for a moment. Neither of us says anything for what feels like a long time. I keep holding Saber, feeling her soft, slender body. She's still tense, unsure of herself. All I can hear is our breathing and our hearts beating. How many times did our hearts beat against each other? She pushes a little harder on my chest. The pause makes my heart ache. She bites her lip, trembling as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, her body offers no resistance, and the hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one night. She's telling me of a hope she feels she cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the night ends. I lift my hand, trying to embrace her. Saber takes hold of it. I'm making up an excuse, Shiro. Do you get it? I'm making up an excuse. I'm not breaking my king vows, I promise. I just need the mana transfer, Shiro. I just need that. Her hushed voice, asking for permission, falls silent. I have no words. That line of reasoning is so transparent. I'm glad even he realizes it. Even Shiro isn't that stupid. But it's the best she could do to ask for her wish to come true.
給は続いています。
I need you to pump your magic into me as hard as possible, Shiro.
回復するためには
Just a little bit of skinship, bro. I promise it's not breaking my king vows. I promise, just a little bit of skinship. Our bodies have to be close. It's all we can do. This is as close as we can be, because she is still bound by her oath. Didn't stop you from fucking Morgan Le Fay, did it? I can't break the oath. Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do with the heat of her pressed against me. Holding Saber's slender body in my arms makes my heart beat faster. And I'm ashamed of myself for getting agitated. You can just say hard, man. It's okay. I get it. You have an erection. Saber's cheeks practically glow red. She looks so embarrassed.
ですのでシロ、お願いです。今晩は共にあなたと眠らせてください。ケンとサヤは共にあればその力を取り戻しやすい。
See, you know,
それに
when you say sword and sheath like that, people usually take it as like a euphemism for, you know, the penis and the vagina. But Shira's the sheath in this equation, so what did they mean by this? I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, but we can be more intimate in our hearts. T for T? I'm saying.
ではシロ、
You know, I don't think it was intentional at all. I am not a proponent of the Nasu is secretly woke propaganda. I think that's fucking ridiculous, considering everything else from him I read. But, you know, if you... There's enough gender stuff going on with Saber that I think is completely unintentional, but you can still absolutely take it as a, like, a trans femme type thing. I don't think it's intentional in any way, because I really do think it's more meant to be like, what is a woman's place? But it's there's enough of like the language of gender in there that you can see it as a trans thing if you want to. In which case, all the misogyny language actually becomes very woke because it's acknowledging Saber as a true woman. It's that thing of like, what is it, the trans inclusive misogynist? Anyways, good night, Kotetsu. See, when you look at it that way, then it's like super woke. Everybody just immediately accepts Saber as a woman, regardless of her birth gender, to the point that they have weird misogyny about her. If you look at it that way, then it's like super woke. I really don't think it's intentional at all. You're never gonna convince me that's intentional on any part by the writer. But it is a perfectly fine direction to take in your analysis of this story. Like, sometimes I think just trying to discuss gender roles at all eventually goes this way. Is my opinion. I think if you just like it just naturally intersects, right? Because when you start talking about the roles of women and men and the roles that are, you know, these things aren't like inherent to the nature of men and women. They're entirely made up by social norms and stuff. That just kind of immediately, like, inherently attaches itself to the discussion of transgenderism and gender representation in general, like how somebody presents their own gender. Right. Because just the discussion of like how do men and women present themselves in society and how do they get perceived just naturally kind of goes into, well, what if the someone assigned male at birth decides they want to present as a woman? It just kind of naturally flows into it. So I think it's really easy to just make the leap from what this is saying about how Saber feels as her role as a woman, and that she had to pretend to be a man to be king, because kings cannot be women. Rulers cannot be women. It just kind of naturally goes there. So it's certainly an easy reading to take, and I don't think it's invalid just because I absolutely do not believe it was intentional. I think if somebody sees their experience in Saber, I think that's a good thing. Saber stands up. I can't bear to let her go, but we can't stay like this forever. So I head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber before I slide the door shut. It feels like I'm doing something wrong, though, so I close the door quickly. Feeling naughty, are we? I don't know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. My mind won't slow down. It's practically doing somersaults just at the thought of sleeping with Saber. This is for her, to help her, to grant one small wish of hers. If I keep on granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up, and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end. I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this. The sliding door opens. I shake away the depressing thoughts circulating my head and look to Saber. I turn and look up at her. She's got a cute little dress on. I quietly gulp. She is a figure of pure white in the darkness. Seeing her, all that restless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. Where'd she find that? I don't know. Maybe Rin gave it to her. My heart is unclouded now. Maybe Rin just gave it to her as like sleeping clothes. I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explain it to Saber, she wouldn't understand, but my mind's practically shorted out. For the first time, I realized she has beautiful, perfect... Alright, man. While Saber walks across the tatami mat floor to get close, I get off the futon and pull the blanket back for her. Listen, there is an innocent way to talk about a beautiful lady's feet. That isn't just, I have a foot fetish. This wasn't in the original H scene, so Shiro talking about her feet was added? That's hilarious. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if Nasu's a foot guy and was like, yeah, throw a line about the feet in there. But part of me is also like, oh, he's just like, he's so fallen for her that he's like admiring literally every single part of her. Is how I took that. But also Nasu is probably a foot guy. I realize I'm one pillow short for the two of us to sleep together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon, but Saber's with me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts, but my face feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at Saber. Nasu's into giantess. This I have heard. But yeah, feet probably goes with that, because it's like, ooh, giant feet. I want to be stepped upon by the giant lady with her giant feet. Well, we're not going to get anywhere like this. Yeah, one of you's got to take some initiative here. This is very much the and so they were both bottoms panel. So I hurry into the futon and make room for Saber. I thought I would give her the pillow, but she gently pushes it back to me. Her words, barely a whisper, make my heart skip a beat. Saber is surprisingly calm as she nestles into my arms. 2012 was a big year for giantess, guys, I guess. I think the Dark Souls lady is like my upper limit. Like, Nasu's out here putting like, this lady's the size of a planet. And I'm like, that's too much for me, buddy. Dark Souls lady is like kind of my limit there. Like, sure, I'd crawl all over the Dark Souls lady like a weird bug. But like any bigger than that and you're like, the scale is too much. Like, I can't imagine how this would work. I don't have the imagination for that. It's like she's settled in herself more than I am holding her. Magnificent chest ahead and whatnot. A blade and its sheath. I remember Saber's words. That's right, Shiro, you're the bottom. You're receiving. Saber is about to drift off, pillowed on my arm, like a sword in its sheath. If that's, yeah, sure, that's what he meant. You're welcome, Manus. I'm having a great time. Her warm, soft scent so close and calms rather than excites me. I actually think this has been one of the most fun streams so far, just because there's so much happening. This has been a very eventful part of the visual novel. Saber's hand reaches for my hand. I take it inside the blanket, and I entwine my fingers with hers. And we drift off to sleep in silence. And definitely did not fuck. But before that, I call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want to hear again why I desire her so much. But what if you fought as my wife? I can't argue that point. If we want to solve our problem, we first need to end this war. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But, is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? While the two of us lie quiet, we look out into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy, my body cries out for rest. But our entwined fingers stay warm. She just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently as she says so. This is kind of the same thing I was saying about the scene, the what is it, the mana transfer scene, the first one, where I think some writers, especially when they're writing something that is explicitly meant to be erotic and titillating rather than just sex, you know, because there's a lot of reasons to put sex in a story. It's not just for the sake of titillation. That's not the only reason you put sex in a story. Obviously, that can be a big one. But like when you're writing a sexual scene for the sake of eroticism, I feel like a lot of writers can get caught up in the kind of the pure anatomy of sex, where it's like I put the penis in her vagina and we both moaned and it felt so good. And I think that's ironically, despite being H games, that's kind of like not the part of the relationships both of these visual novels, Tsukihime and now this one, have excelled at. I think when they get away from the actual anatomy of sex and kind of focus on just kind of pure intimacy, I think that's where they actually succeed. Like, I think stuff like I mean, this might be also just a matter of personal taste, but I think, in my opinion, Nasu is much better at a form of eroticism that is representative of just kind of the emotional intimacy of a sexual relationship. Like, I think I agree, Manos. Like, I think this scene is very, very sweet, and I love the kind of the intimacy of this moment of Saber, like, kind of going through like a mental loophole about this oath she's obsessed over, but she's realized she actually does want to break outside of this kind of this contract she's put on herself, right? She's realized that there actually can be more to life than this, and she wants to break out of it, but she's also still like kind of got basically like sunk cost fallacy about it, where she's like, well, I'm too deep in to stop now, right? But so she's like kind of going through like a mental loophole to justify this relationship that she actually does want. And I think yeah, exactly. It's like her and Shiro are kind of like both trying to figure out how to actually become fully fleshed out people outside of their weird, like, Shiro has his weird hero complex he's low-key obsessed over for his whole life, even though he has been living a mostly normal life. As soon as he had the chance to indulge in that hero complex, he took it. And now they're both him and Saber are kind of realizing they actually do want more outside of that, outside of these weird promises they made to themselves a long time ago when they were on the verge of death, right? Like, maybe there can be more outside of just this one defining moment in my life. And I actually do think there is an eroticism to that, to this sort of intimacy of people growing not just physically close but emotionally close, and through a sexual act realizing that they actually what they want out of life. I think Nasu is very good at writing that sort of thing. It's the pure mechanics of sex that I actually think he's really bad at. Like the pure biology of penis and vagina, I think Nasu is incredibly bad at. But when we get to this stuff, I'm like, this is great. This is wonderful. I felt the same about a lot of scenes between Shiki and CL and Arkwid and Tsukihime. I didn't really feel strongly about Kohaku and Hikaru, and especially not fucking Akiya as romantic partners for him. But I did feel this kind of way about CL and Arkwid a lot. Like, I like the dynamic between Shiki and Arkwid and Shiki and CL quite a bit. I was more invested in the maids as kind of their own individual stories rather than as partners with Shiki. I lean my face close to hers and close my eyes. The last thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. It's more than enough for me, and I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm not sure I can keep holding this hand. And then silence settles in. Yay, we'll save. I don't know what fucking Lancer's gonna do against this now. Utopia. Like, I don't know. If we take out Gilgamesh, then Lancer kind of feels like small potatoes at this point. I don't know what that guy's fucking doing right now. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought.
外は曇りか。通りで目が覚めないはずだ。
The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I'm way past the point of oversleeping.
セイバー、起きてるか？
There's no answer. Saber is still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. So we need to come up with a plan. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit a chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm Aya, and we're finished.
手を考えないと。日没まで時間がない。
Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. Just make that thing you made last night. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosaka, and I can't think of a plan, then
監督役であるあいつなら。
he did say he might have some info, but then again, that guy is like the least trustworthy man to ever live. He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Kotomine said he would find some way to deal with this servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine might have already thought of something. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. Gay priest is here. The church sits alone at the top of the hill. There's nobody there, not a sound to be heard, not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out? The place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site. Very great observation as you walk willingly into it. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell.
なんだ。例え話になってないな。
Yeah, as we've learned from you, Shiro, you don't believe in metaphors. This is not a metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. And that what? Who fucking? How many people fucking die? What are you talking about? In that sense, death hangs heavy over this place. Who fucking dies in a church? The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb up the church's stairs. What is blood waffling about?
琴峰、話があってきた。
I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here.
琴峰、
He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. Tap, tap, tap. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sounds of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge empty space.
琴峰、いないのか。
Oh, this guy's up to something. I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like, if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something? Man, you're real paranoid about this church, Shiro. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard.
確か琴峰の部屋は。
Let's just barge in. I'm sure he won't be doing anything secret and dangerous. I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kotomine's room. My memory is kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. Something sus is going on. There's something. Oh god, it's in red. Never good when text in a visual novel is red. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. I don't know why, but beads of sweat begin forming on my forehead, though the corridor itself is chilly. I use all of my senses to try to get a feel for my surroundings. I have a hard time. I'm not quite sure what, like, text in red means for Shiro. I do so, but I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why? Like, it seems like it shows up mostly when, like, he's using magic of some kind. Like, it's like his mage instincts or some shit? I'm not sure. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? 2 words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kotomine is not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back, go back, go back. Go back. For your own sake, go back. There's nothing bad happening here. There's nothing happening in this church, so go home. This is pulling out some of that Tsukihime style horror writing. Returning to the roots a bit. With a very Tsukihime style there. That shit was running through Shiki's mind all the fucking time. I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kinds of things. Yeah, this chair. I was more thinking of remember when they were in the hotel with Nero Chaos and like you can get eaten by an alligator. I remember very specifically that scene. Shiki's like constantly is like just freaking out as in his internal narration. Like, this place is scary. What's going on? All of my fucking instincts are freaking out. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense, which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotomine's room. Yeah, something fucked up's going on here. And then I run into a deep darkness. Yeah. Shiro is just like, my mage instincts tell me when something bad is happening. And that's why I always run towards the bad thing. I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows, I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. Oh god, we're gonna find Kirei's, like, sex dungeon or something. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotomine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any There won't be any There won't be any I should go in there. My neck stiffens. I should... Oh yeah, we're going into that basement. Let's go find those dead bodies. I step into the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light diffuses the whole place. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs I just came down. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up and see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, a deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. Ugh. The floor is all slimy, and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor, and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankles into some kind of rot covering the floor. Uh-oh. Watch out, Shiro. Get that fucking item from Elden Ring that prevents you from getting that status effect. You're gonna fight Mikola now. What are they called? The Bostules? The Bojules? The balls? The spears? I don't remember. I stopped suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish. Or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. Oh, that's bad. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like thick mud. Good night, Kentrix. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. I'm long past tension and nervousness. If you go into a basement and you smell formaldehyde, you gotta get out of there, brother. And yet, my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my limbs are moving so weirdly it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. And what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. The darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as the starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. Yeah, that figures. What I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up, all in a row. Debris is piled everywhere. The stench of death covered by antiseptics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real, but I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant. Even in a room so full of corpses, not one of the bodies here is truly dead. Uh-oh. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses, however human they once were, are all alive. Yeah, this is that real Suki. We're going back to the horror roots of Tsukihime. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I feel like, there's definitely a side of Nasu that is really fascinated with horror. Both, like, it's coming back. Like, this wasn't much of a horror story until now, but Tsukihime and Kara no Kyokai, to an extent, are very much horror stories. More so Tsukihime. Kara no Kyokai spends a bizarre amount of time being a detective story sometimes, and that's weird, but that's a story for a different day. I look over each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like the husks of dead trees than corpses. Some have been broken down to the point that their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures have only torsos and heads, and even these are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded into a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy, souls. Little by little, the coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills it nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream from themselves anymore. But now, their throats only barely serve to carry air to their lungs. But still, the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. It's a little bit Edgar Allan Poe in here. They must be in terrible pain, and so very afraid. For the love of God, Kotomine! They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. That's concerning. I hear a creaking sound. coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head is turned toward me. Something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. In a voice that isn't a voice, it asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. Shiro, I think we gotta get out of here. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it was in pain, didn't ask for help, just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally, but one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream. Being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. Oh yes! Those children that were so adopted by the church. But you were spared that fate, weren't you, Shiro? Kotomine's generous heart adopting all those children. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me. So why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them. And why are they staring at me? This is very gothic horror, very Edgar Allan Poe. I'm like, wow, you haven't done this whole visual novel. And it's like suddenly we're leaping back to Tsukihime's like gothic horror influences. Like a bunch of corpses just being barely kept alive under a church. That's such gothic, like American gothic horror. Very, very Edgar Allan Poe. I'm like kind of blindsided we came here. We're at this this tone here. And I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... Hey, buddy! It comes out of nowhere. A hand claps on my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. My good friend Joji Nakata. He'd never do anything mean to me. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only, I don't have to turn to see who's behind me. Kirei Kotomine, this church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell. And the devil, the last person I should have run into right now. Tearing him. I was in the kitchen. I don't think I want to eat anything this guy's cooking. I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders. Yeah. I think it's a little late for that, pal. I would say so. I think that is an agreeable statement, Mr. Kirei. The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kotomine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying. Oh, I would say so. I would say this is a bizarre sight. He sounds so cheerful, even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is?
情けだろう。そもそも彼らとお前は兄弟のようなものだ。お前がそのような態度では彼らも救われないと思うのだが。
Children are so full of magical energy. What did he just say? And so happily.
今なんて。
この死体たちとお前は仲間だったと言ったのだ。形はどうあれ、お前たちはあの地獄から生還した者たちだ。血肉のつながりはなくとも、その絆は兄弟のそれに近いと思うのだが。
You know,
どうかな。
obviously, this guy's vibes were rotten from the beginning. So I should have expected something like this, but I didn't, you know, I expected he was up to some horrible shit. I just didn't expect the corpse basement. So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I've just been sucking the juices out of them for 10 long years. They've been marinating. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterward. I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to. But I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided that if I were to meet them, it would have to be in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened.
そうだ、エミヤシオ。エミヤキリツグに引き取られていなければ、お前も彼らの一員
Ooh, things. That's good. Not even people to you.
お前はまたも一人だけで助かったのだ。周りの誰もが平等に死んでいくというのに、お前だけが輪を乱して生き延びた。どうか。
This guy's a fucking 10 out of 10 freak. My heart starts beating again. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move.
いや、私は責めているわけではないぞ。むしろお前のそれは喜ばしい。エミやシローの生き延びる才能は大したものだ。実際、私もお前が最後まで残るとは思ってもいなかった。だからこそ、最後はこうして兄弟たちに再会させてやったのだ。お前は本当に運がいい。ここは今日限りで閉める予定だったのだが、ギリギリで間に合ったな。今まで10年間、サーバントの餌にするために彼らを生かし続けたが、それも終わりだ。やり始めた時ほどの濃い魂の摘出は望めぬし、もはや餌の必要もない。
I see. You know, I figured these Holy Grail wars were all part of some bigger, grander plan. Yeah, that's a fair response. Those words shatter the restraints that have been holding me still. I move my paralyzed body. Pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders, I leap forward and whirl around to face the priest. As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. Ruh-roh. Shiro, you're getting fucking stabbed all the goddamn time, aren't you? That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. Okay. Okay, alright. You were Lancer's master all along, huh? It looks like the head of a spear. That can't be. How could a spear be growing out of my chest?
なあ、そういえば言っていなかったな。改めて紹介しよう。彼が
Teehee. I was involved. I was in the war the whole time. I just didn't fucking tell you. I turn around. There. I see a blue-colored spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. You know, Lancer, you don't look too happy about this. I get the feeling he doesn't actually like working for Kirei that much. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing, intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons now. Yeah, Lancer doesn't strike me as a guy who would be, like, too busted up about killing people for their magical energy. But there's, like, a difference between, like, I'm gonna go, I'm that guy over there, I'm gonna jump him for his magical energy, and I've set up the fucking orphan suction system to supply you energy, Lancer. Do you like this? The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad, they all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only things I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything. Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him. I don't know if this is a bad end or not, at this point. Shiro gets fucking mulched so often. Sometimes it's hard to tell. If he dies, he dies. My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much, and my mind lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. I grit my teeth, trying to endure the pain and trying to cling to my own fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she's the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. Yes? No? Oh, okay. Alright, maybe this isn't a bad end. It's given me an interlude. That feels... I don't know. Feels like too much for a bad end. When she awakes, there's no sign of Shiro. You can't die now, Shiro. You just scored. She makes her way to the living room, thinking it might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no sign of either Shiro or lunch. The two most important things to her. He's stupid, Saber. You know this. Saber sits on the veranda, muttering to herself.
人で出歩くのが好きなのはわかりますが、これでは協力している意味がないではありませんか。
Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this, and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen gray. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked out there to see whether she was taking the right path. But tonight, just this once, she decides to try to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any dangers that might lie ahead and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. He's so reckless, how can she not worry about him? She won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars.
さて、問題はこの町から観測できる星の位置ですが。
As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she can still consider trying to read the stars and anxiously waits for night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before as she looks up at the sky.
ああ、セイバー。シロがどこに行ったか知らない？
Rin, stop interrupting my yearning.
リン、
Saber bolts upright.
なんでしょう。私は別にシロの方に下ったわけではあり
The lady doth protest too much. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply.
あれ？もしかしてお邪魔だった？
Surrendered myself is crazy language, Saber. Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it is because they have been living under the same roof, but Rin can read Saber like a book. Shiro, too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before.
まあ、からかうのは後にしておいて、冗談抜きでシロを知らない？イリアの熱が上がってるみたいだから、ちょっと手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだけど。
イリアスピールが。彼女の容体は落ち着いてい
Oh
ないの
no,
ですか？
not Ilya. Whatever will we do without her?
それがどうにもね。
It's not even just because she's like a lolly type. It's just because I think her personality is kind of
聖杯
annoying.
戦争っていう儀式では
I'm kind of, I've always been like annoyed by this personality
あの
type
子
in
の幅は
anime.
破格だけど、それでももういっぱいなの。
Like lolly stuff is whatever. I don't get offended by that anymore.
今はまだかろうじて容量が空いているから余分な機能が働いている。
It's just a personality type I've always
満
found
ちてしまえ
annoying.
ば一番不要な人間としての機能を捨てるしかない。イリアスフィールはね、聖杯
Oh,
戦
she
争
like,
が進めば進むほど
she's not even like a
怖いと
person.
言
She's
う
like a weird
人が
homunculus. Rin's words are ominous and even a bit obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about.
あ、いいのよ。今のはわからないように言ったんだから。イリアのことは置いておきましょう。それよりランサーのことだけどね。あいつのマスター誰だか分かったんだけど。
Oh, have
マスター
you?
が判明したのですか？
うん、まあ、分かったっていうか、前から分かってたっていうか。実はね、ランサーのマスターは魔術協会から派遣された外来のマスターなのよ。それ自体はとっくに分かってて、ついさっきそいつのねぐらを見つけてきたんだけど。
So maybe she suspected it was Kirei, but wasn't sure, and didn't want to say anything until she was sure.
リン、そのような危険なことは避けるべきです。敵の陣地が分かったのなら、私に言ってくれる。
Is it girls' night? Are we gonna go on an adventure with Rin without Shiro? That would be fun.
私だってそのつもりだったわよ。けどさ、外から様子を探ってたら
A severed left arm. That's concerning. You ever just walk into a building and find an arm? Now, when you say no command spells, do you mean it never had any command spells, or you can tell the command spells were ripped out of it? Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So, Lancer's Master was just some random mage dispatched by the Association to fulfill the requirements of the war. And then Kirei just fucking murked him and took his command spells for himself. So now he's Lancer's Master. Which would explain why Lancer is not happy about the situation, because he was not even summoned by Kirei. I guess that would explain why we just haven't fucking seen Lancer since that first day, right? Like, my suspicion is that Lancer was pretty cocky back then. So my suspicion is, on that first day, the first time Archer fought Lancer, and then Saber fought him when she was first summoned, he was still under the command of his original master. But after that is when Kirei got to him. That's why he hasn't shown up at all. I apologize, henchmen. I got a random call. It was a sudden interruption. Anyways. That seems really concerning. That seems like a really concerning loophole about the rules of the Holy Grail War. Well, it doesn't matter if I lost. I still got command spells and my servant is still here. We can just hang out. Till the next one. Saber falls silent as she realizes what Rin is really asking.
他のサーバントにちょっかい出してた。それってつまりあいつは諜報専門だったってことでしょ？
同感です。私と戦った時も彼は最後まで戦わなかった。宝具を使った以上、見せた相手は倒すのが私たちの
He
定
was
石だと
sus
いう
from the beginning.
そう。だからランサーのマスターにはもう一人サーバントがいたのよ。ランサーに敵の正体を探らせておいて、その後に正体不明の戦闘性用のサーバントをぶつける。これって必勝法でしょ？まあランサーにしてみればいい迷惑だったろうけど、6人のサーバント全員と戦って、その手口を調べ上げた上で主の元に帰るんだもの。6人全てと引き分けなんて、ある意味とんでもないやつよね、あいつ。
So, I wonder if Kirei is Gilgamesh's original master. Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Rin, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer's solely for espionage. And just as that master seems to have expected, the only remaining servants are Lancer and Saber. They face such a powerful enemy, then letting Shiro out on his own is dangerous, even during the day. Yeah, you gotta keep that boy on a leash. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies to defeat. If Shiro's the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy. Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger.
どうだろう。知らないから聞いたんだけど、もしかしたら綺麗なとこかな。
Excuse me.
この間も
Had a tickle in my
相
throat.
談しに行ったんだし。
あの教会に。
何をすれば怖い顔して。琴峰教会に含むところでもあるの？
いえ、そういうわけではないのですが。
Bad vibes. That's all. That church is nothing but holy. Stagnant death and stagnant air linger in that place, on par with Ryudo Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Emiya house flashes through her mind. Yeah, it's not looking good. She stares into the distance, towards Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out into the yard and jumps onto the wall. Yeah, I also assume that, Pygrave, because nothing but holy means it would just be holy. Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look nothing more than a gust of wind. A streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy's territory, Saber armors herself. And arms herself without a second thought. She's decided to put on her armor once inside the church, but she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her, and she is armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she's been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure. What she does know is that Shiro Emiya is on the verge of death. There is no time to waste. He is gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body. And that is less than 1,000th of the pain Shiro feels. He's not going to make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines that scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. Noom! The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle, simply blown wide open with the force of her approach. Her aura is so powerful. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passes through the courtyard, and rushes down the stairs leading to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. Saber is not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control is she that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. She doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as she bars her path. All hope of control or restraint is gone. However much she might try, she can no longer control her strength. I think Lancer's just gonna get vaporized. She's really mad, chat room. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness. In the back of room. He is lying there, face down at the center of a room peopled by living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she'd left him alone. Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly. Buddy, she's gonna lay your ass flat. Like, just prepare to die. She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop. Lancer is so gonna die. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it, and retreats back to the nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death, and she has to save him. Lancer, buddy, I'm putting my hand on your shoulder. You really should know when to fold them. You really should know when to stop while you're ahead. But okay, man. Saber stops as she heads to the back. You really shouldn't be saying such things. You really shouldn't be saying these things, man.
安心しろ。心臓は外してやった。だが呪いはそのままだぞ。セイバー、貴様とてこの槍の呪いは知っていよう。因果を逆転させる原因の槍。こいつの呪いを受けた者は、よっぽどの幸運。
Shira's been pretty lucky so far.
まあ、単純に言ってしまえば、ゲイボルクによってつけられた傷は癒されることはない。
Lancer, I think you should be prepared to have your head unacquainted with your shoulders. Like, the relationship between your head and your neck is over. Say goodbye. At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes. Well, if you insist. You seem so insistent about getting fucking annihilated, so... Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious. But...
正気ですか、ランサー。この狭い室内で、僧兵であるあなたが剣士である私と戦うと。そのような愚行、あなたの考えとは思えない。 今ならば見逃します。その槍を置いて去りなさい。
She's giving you a very kind warning. I think you should listen. She's being very kind, all things considered, Lancer. Wow, you're being really provocative. I would not be saying these things. See, I don't know. I feel like Saber can be pretty scary if you wind her up. He's not lying. Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable. Yeah, she's gonna beat your ass, dude. Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight. I don't think it's ever been more over for a guy. I think Lancer is gonna get worked over. Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. Interlude out! Meanwhile, in the pain void... It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever is so hot it'd burn anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything has melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind's burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only goes stronger from my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Yeah, I guess you've gotten pretty used to fucking horrible wounds at this point, huh? Go back, go back, go back. Why didn't I listen? But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who those voices belong to. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer, no way to respond, no way to make it right. Wait, wait, wait. They beg and plead and cry, but there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. Sorry, I had another tickle in my throat, and I knew it was going to be a really bad cough, so I muted for it. For your sake, henchbuns. Return, return, return. They repeat it again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refuse to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words saying that a champion of justice can only go so far. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I? It's not looking good. Not looking good, team, for Shiro. I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it is saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There are only the voices crying out for help. There's only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died. I like how even Kirei is like, yeah, Lancer's gonna get his ass kicked. I can't hear the words, but his voice echoes in my head. Uh-oh. It seems not good. Something pulls my head upward. He grabs me by the back of my head and drags me forward. I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him, and it has tethered itself to him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know this man, Kirei Kotomine, he's like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in this world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kirei Kotomine preserves his body with this darkness. I like, wow. She really did work Lance over. We don't even see the fight. It's just like, yeah, she fucking wiped him. What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head. Oh, okay, he's still here. I thought he just got fucking vaporized. He laughs ominously. Who is that? I can't tell, but like the sound of a tuning bell, the voice helps refocus my mind. And that's why I killed all those children, if you say so. Ah yes, the ether. He sure likes presenting himself as the voice of reason, doesn't he?
をつけるのはその時でいいのではないかな、ランサー。
よくはね、そんな回りくどいことをする必要はない。白黒つけるなら今
Whatever you say, man. Lancer, you really gotta know when to fold them, buddy.
室内ではお前には不利だろうし、セイバーとて主が気になって戦えまい。これではお前にとって満足のいく戦いとは言えないが。
Someone spits. The other man must have given in.
いいさ。なら一つ聞かせろ。聖杯ってのは何だ？あれは残り一人にならなければ現れないものじゃなかったのか。俺たちを呼んだ。
Yeah, it's almost like this whole Holy Grail War thing has always been bullshit.
いや、事実ではある。聖杯はサーバントが残り一人にならなければ現れない。だが、聖杯を下ろす器は別だ。あれは初めから形あるものとして用意され、聖杯召喚の時まで力を流し込まれていく。残るサーバントがあと2人だけという状況ならば、すでに聖杯としての力を持ち始めていよう。
I love that it's like, it's close enough.
そうであろう。
2 servants left alive, that's like a 90% of a Holy Grail. You can take that if you want.
アインツベルンの用意した聖杯がどんなものか、うすうす分かっているのではないか。そう、聖杯は常にここにあり、生贄の地で満つる時を待つ。だが、それは虚しいとは思わないか。何も残り一人になるまで付き合うことはない。お前たちの望みを叶えるだけならば、今の状態でも可能だろう。ならば、ここで意味のない摂取をすることもあるまい。
そうですね。
The Holy Grail just needs a few, it just needs a few children to really get going. We just gotta feed a few babies to it.
だとしたら
The rest of it, that's all the servants. But the few babies, that it just needs a couple babies to get the engine going. Just kickstart it.
私は選定役だと言っただろう。ふさわしい人間がいるのならば、喜んで聖杯は譲る。そのために、まずはお前の言葉を聞きたい。
I don't think Shira is in much of a talking position right now, Kirei. I'm moving? Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain.
貴様。
案ずるな。ただ返事を聞くだけだ。聖杯は求めるものにのみ答える。己のマスターが聖杯にふさわしいかどうか、お前とて興味はあろう。
それは無駄だ。シローは聖杯を欲しがらない。私のマスターはお前のようなゲスではない。
ああ、この男は初めからそう言っていた。
But I think he's lying.
だがそれは本心ではあるまい。あらゆる人間に闇があるよう、この男にも。
I'm trying to interpret what Kirei's fucking play is here.
例えばそう、10年前のあの日、この少年は本当に何も恨まなかったのか。
What's the plan?
その先
What does he actually want with all of this?
忘れることで振り払っているのではないか。
No, wait. What the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing here.
その傷を切開する。
Oh, that sounds bad.
さあ、懺悔の時だ。エミやシロ。
My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Oh, it's like a chair. Stop, 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 stop. There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. Oh, good old PTSD. Let's relive the PTSD one more time, Shiro. See if that jogs some wishes loose. All of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smoldering rubble, crying out from every direction. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. Stop. The entire time, there were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. Help, 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 help. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward alone, desperate for someone to save me. Oh, this is the survivor's guilt. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did. So I kept pushing on. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought escape. And each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness. So I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth, that I was actually helpless to do anything. Stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just as I wished, I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. Please stop. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many died that they had to hold mass funerals. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for the dead. I thought, just end it already. Hey, 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 hey. Clap your hands. Hey, hey. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, but not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No. I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. Return, 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 return. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. No more. Please, please, please. And so, those I could not save passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought was about going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents. I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again, as if I were already dead. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me and I was finally happy. And that's why
それを間違いだと思ったことが一度もなかったというのかね。
this seems bad. I'm telling you, don't open it. Seems like we're in dire straits. Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply doesn't end. My arms and legs are numb. My head burns. I can't breathe. Return, return, return. Their voices continue echoing in my head. I vomit blood. Was that because I'm on the brink of death? Or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer? My chest hurts. My heart hurts. It hurts so much, but I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. It will continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up and never heal. I'm seeing things. For a moment, I think I see her. But no, she shouldn't be here. Bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay.
深い傷だ。これでは癒されぬままでは苦しかろう。
Aw, don't you just want one little wish to get rid of your trauma?
終えるべきではない。
I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate. This can't be the Kyrie. He doesn't sound like enough of a sociopath.
お前は聖杯などいらぬと言ったが。だがどうだ。仮に10年前の出来事をやり直せるとしたら、お前は聖杯を欲するのではないか。あの出来事で失われたもの、すべて
Not so different from Saber, are you, bitch? Now you understand why she's like
あの
this.
事故をなくし、笑みや切り継ぐなどに関わらず、本来の自分に戻れる。
Ooh, it's like the same wish Saber has. Isn't that crazy?
唯一の方法ではないのかね。
Undo what happened 10 years ago? Remake the person I am now who survived at the cost of everyone else that day? No, even beyond that. But I could make everything as if it never happened and no one would be hurt.
そんな
I shake my head. Fevered as I am and completely unable to think, I still reject the idea and the images it raises. I curse this very weakness because they're... It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw at the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too. Even if my life was nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned to that empty field many times. I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened a front door that no longer existed. I walked halls that had burned to ash years before, and I smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared, and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I...
さあ、答えよ。お前が望むのならば、聖杯を与えよう。
The priest with the miraculous chalice makes his offer. Return, return, return. These voices will go away, if I wish for it. Orphaned children. If fate had taken even a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even need to think about it. I shouldn't need to. So why?
そんなことは望めない。
I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. I think it's interesting that there's not a choice for that. Like, you get choices for so many other things, but you don't get a choice for that one. Whatever the Holy Grail is, I'm not going to wish the dead return or to change the past. Or to go back and play video games that suck
や
ass.
り直しなんかできない。死者は蘇らない。起きたことは戻せない。そんなおかしな望みなんて持ってない。
Tears sting my cheeks. Kirei looks so fucking disappointed. He's like, "Aw, man, I really wanted you to wish." I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time my own conclusion makes me cry. Why is the miracle of wanting ordinary happiness too much to ask for?
それを可能とするのが聖杯だ。万物すべて君の望むままとなる。
So he claims, but I can't agree. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was, even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Oopsie. Everyone who died, screaming in agony. Everyone who risked their lives to help another. Everyone who mourned the fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? The dead wouldn't return. Reality can't be overturned. To continue onward, bearing the weight of all that pain, isn't that the very mark that proves something was there once? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing left behind. It's the suffering that makes the goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me. And those memories form the path that eventually intertwines with others. Even though all of that will eventually be forgotten.
その道が今までの自分が
そうか。つまり
聖杯なんていらない。俺は置き去りにしてきたもののためにも自分を曲げることなんてできない。
I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. Though, whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad that they seem to accept it without any resentment. That is the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master, her words dying on her lips.
その道が今までの自分が間違ってなかったって信じている。
Despite his maimed body, as he struggles even to breathe, as he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved,
置き去りにしてきたもののためにも自分を曲げることなんてできない。
apologizing to those he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers, her breath quivers. She knows his history, just as he saw his visions of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. She'd meant to say, "It's not your fault." The words died on her lips. If only he could hear it. She wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight. He denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. There's a lesson in here, Saber. There's a lesson in here for you. Her legs nearly give out beneath her. His words are a greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath and single-mindedly devote everything to carrying it out. She believed they were similar. How conceited. That was her great mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak.
自らの救いではなく自らの願いを取ったから
The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer as if he's lost interest.
ではお前はどうだセイバー。小僧は聖杯などいらぬという。だがお前は違うのではないか。お前の目的は聖杯による世界の救済だ。よもや英霊であるお前まで。
We're talking to one of the world's greatest male manipulators. She feels her sense of reason is being imperiled. The priest says he will give her the grail. He will give her what she desires, her wish granted. I also love this Manos. I think Kiri is a great villain. I love that he's only kind of doing stuff here at the very 11th hour, but like kind of what he represents is permeated throughout the story in the form of the Grail. Everybody wants the Grail, and he's the keeper of it. Of course he's temptation. That's all the Grail is. The wish you get. And I kind of just love the visual irony of him being a priest, but he's also like the devil's temptation. He's Satan whispering to Jesus in the desert and all that. She has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. Is the very reason she became a servant. What Shiro said has no bearing on her own concerns. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, the hero of the sword,
では交換条件だ。セイバー。己が目的のため、その手で自らのマスターを殺せ。その暁には聖杯を与えよう。
Oh, see, that's where you pushed it too far. You could have just given it to her. But he's like, no, now you gotta kill your bestie. And she's not gonna go for that. I decided I would do anything for it. His words blindside her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are anathema to everything she believes in and stands for.
どうした？迷うことはあるまい。今の小僧ならば、死んだということにも気がつかないうちに殺せるぞ。第一、もはや助からない命だ。ここでお前が引導を渡してやるのも情けではないかな。
Ooh, it's me. I'm Kotomine here. I'm just the voice of reason. I'm just being reasonable. The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt and to her master. She steps into the damp room past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place to witness his own darkness, but he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. All she must do is swing her sword but one final time. A master and servant are united only until they obtain the Grail. She could end it right here.
どうした？何をためら？聖杯と引き換えなのだぞ。交換条件としては破格だと思うのだが。
The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still,
その道が今までの自分が間違ってなかったって信じている。
his words refuse to leave her mind.
私は
Though it disgusts her, she knows she's nothing like Shiro. She wants to upend everything. That day so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly, and the young woman's doubt before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before?
置き去りにしてきたもののためにも自分を曲げることは
To her, that is the girl who loved her country. The girl named Altria before she was crowned. That was not a kingly heart. A king could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this, even as he suffered. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or is it to wish for all the death and destruction to have never happened to begin with?
それは違う。
That was a mistake. She was raised to be king. That is how she lived. In that, there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived her life, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste.
そういうことなのですね。シロ。
And so his anguished cries finally reached her heart. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart. Salvation could come from destroying all of it. But if it was undone, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I have stolen much from many, even their very lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to upend the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill the hopes have yet to come true even to this day. She is nationless and uncrowned now. Perhaps her wish should be for herself. No, she could not make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision, not once. Even if no one ever understood or accepted her, that choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that when she drew the sword from the stone, that is her answer. Just as he found something to stand by, so too has she. She pledged once so long ago, something she swore to herself. She would fight, even if she loses everything, even if everyone in the world hates her.
私は愚かだった。
An oath from a king, a promise to fight against all odds. And so the king protected her country, but the country did not protect the king. And so it was. The ending may have been tragic, but if she is no longer ashamed of the path that led there,
求める必要などなかった。
we can learn a thing or two from our adventure. She can learn a thing or two. She fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, but she saw everything through to the end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start, I did until the very end, even if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unobtainable dream within my heart, and it may now end.
聖杯は欲しい。けれど、シロは殺せない。
She turns her sword on her enemy.
なんだと。
わからぬかゲロウ。そのようなものより、私はシロが欲しいと言ったのだ。
The country's over. I can move on. I can finally go back to being a single girl. And that is why my role is set. I will be his sword. I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her.
聖杯はいらぬというのか、セイバ
聖杯が私を汚すものならばいらない。私が欲しかったものは、もうすべて揃っていたのだから。
Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that young girl once held. You gotta live in the here and now, henchbuns. Those words, Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail now says she has no need of such a thing. I call out to her as loudly as I can between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can still make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which wouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close?
立てますか、シロ。動けるのなら私の手に触れてください。
I take her hand. Whoa. My vision returns. My head. Whoa. I gotta do like Keanu. Whoa. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus.
セイバー、これは。
はい。いかにゲイボルクの呪いといえど、今のシロには通じません。私のそばにいてくれれば、
Well, that's good.
時期感知するでしょう。
Shiro sure recovers from the brink of death a whole lot.
それより、
We gotta be putting this guy in all kinds of contraptions. Saber turns her gaze back to the underground sanctuary. Beyond the door, the last master, Kire Kotomine, stands at the threshold to the room. Beyond him is Lancer. Also, there's some golden chud still around. He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first time. The disappointment in his voice is palpable. I don't think we should let you have that. I don't want to know what your wish for the Holy Grail is, Kirei. I think Kirei's wish probably involves a lot of screaming and blood. I try my best to brace myself, but my body still won't listen. Even with Saber's hand in mine, it's all I can do just to stand. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber. Yeah, let's leave it to Saber. You hope the Holy Grail War is going in my favor. Well, Shiro's been like stabbed like 3 times recently, but he always gets back up on his feet. And Saber's undergone some very important character development, so that's nice. That's good for her. Lancer is silent. Of course, Kotomine doesn't actually sound at all worried. He's just making a show of it. 聞いておきましょう。あなたの目的は何なのです。聖杯の選定役であるので何を望むというのですか。さて、言ってしまえば娯楽のためだが。Entertainment. Always a scary response. 実を言うとな、セイバー。私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは。私の趣味にあっている。私以外にふさわしい持ち主がいないのであれば、もらい受けてやるのが世のためだろう。ざれ言を。マスターを殺し、自らマスターになった男が何を。That is true. He's full of shit. This guy's full of shit. I don't believe a fucking word coming out of this guy's mouth. The hell? Kotomine became a master by killing Lancers?
そうか。貴様が何者である
Oh
か
yeah, Shiro didn't know that part.
だが、選定役として責務を果たしてもらうぞ。今回の器、魂の杯はどこにある？
何？まさか知らずに
Oh,
集まってい
whoopsie.
たというのか。
The real Holy Grail was the friends we made along the way. He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. Both Saber and Lancer tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above.
さて、お前たちには不要だろうが、紹介ぐらいはしておこう。
Yeah, I figured as much. I figured he was
前
yours.
回の聖杯戦争で私のパートナーだった英霊だよ。
The fucking golden chud is back. The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, king of heroes. Damn, Kira, you really lucked out summoning the original hero. I don't know how you luck out summoning that guy. He probably finagled something to summon him on purpose. The atmosphere shifts. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary grounds to stand beside Kotomine. Can you not fucking wear that outfit, please? Can you fucking change into your armor instead of out of your host club outfit? This shit is ugly. Get real.
それを言うな。私とて予想外なのだ。文句は後で聞いてやるから許せ。
With gay sex.
なんだ、承知しているのならばいい。だが、そのヤヒな男はどうにかならんのか。あまり睨まれると殺してしまいそうになるぞ。
どういうことだ、コトミネ。その男がお前のサーバントだと。
なあ、お前には説明していなかったな。彼は前回の私のサーバントだ。聖杯戦争が終結した後。
We just needed to chill for 10 years until the next one and try again.
彼は私に従い、私も彼がとどまるにふさわしい食事を用意することで、こうして協力関係になったというわけだ。
それがあのいけすかねえ部屋ってわけか。そりゃいい。
Yeah, I figured Lancer wasn't exactly fond of the orphan blood machine.
言う必要があるとでも、それとも何か彼と共同戦線を張りたかったのか、お前は。
冗談。そんな野郎と手を組むなんざ死んでも怒る。
Well, I've got good news about your impending mortality, Lancer. And now there are 3 of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own. But we can't escape with Lancer around either. Yeah, dude, he fucking lied. What do you think happened? Okay, man. You're lying! You're lying right now! Nope, I'm a priest, don't lie. But you're lying right now.
私とて驚いたのだ。アーチャーには待機を命じていたというのに、指示を破ってお前たちを襲ったのだからな。アーチャーを調べれば、いずれ私に突き当たるのは道理だ。故に、今後の対策を練らねばならなかった。
Insane logic by man.
何一つとしてお前を測ってはいまい。
Stupid fucking logic that makes no sense. Kill yourself. God damn it. I blundered right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word. Yeah, I don't know why you did that. Like, even from the beginning, you were like, this priest has terrible vibes. I don't know why you trusted him.
貴様がアーチャーのマスターだというのか。
そうだ。 10年前の再現になったな、セイバー。もっともあの時私はすでにキリツグに倒され、最後の場面には立ち会えなかった。
Well, Shiro, time to finish the job that dear old dad couldn't.
答えろ。アーチャーはなぜ残っている？あの火事はなぜ起きた？キリツグに倒されたというお前はなぜ今も生きている？
Saber's voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. She must also want clarity about what she left behind 10 years ago and the disaster that followed.
そのようなこと言うまでもなかろう。10年前、不完全ながらも聖杯は未知、手に取ることが可能だった。私はそれに触れただけだ。キリツグとお前は強力だったのでな。分断させるための目くらましが欲しいと願ったのだが、あのような目くらましが起きるとは私も驚いた。
Wait, that means yep. He caused all of your family to die, Shiro.
さあな、思うのだが、私でなくても聖杯は同じことをしただろう。あれはそういうものだ。万能の杯というが、
It's like a genie. It'll fulfill your wish, but in the most horrible, violent way.
お前も見たのだろう。聖杯を破壊した折、そこから溢れ出した闇を。アーチャーはそれを浴びてしまっただけだ。お前が聖杯さえ壊さなければ、アーチャーとてこのように迷いはしなかっただろうよ。
よまいごと
Cease your dribble.
ならば、あの火災はお前の願望ではなかったのか？
結果だけはな。だがその過程は私が想像していたものとは違う。私はただあの土地から人がいなくなればいいと思っただけだ。そもそもお前たちは想像力が貧困だぞ。願いが叶う。それはいいが、では願いとはどうやって叶えるのだ？
It's gotta be some cause and effect here, sister.
世界が変わるとでも思っていたのではあるまいな。元の聖杯はどうあれ、今の聖杯は力の渦に過ぎん。精密な計算、相互作用による矛盾の修正など論外だ。あれはな、ただ純粋な力に過ぎん。巨大な兵器と同じだ。持ち主が富を願えば、周囲の人間をことごとく殺害し、主人に幸福を与える。わかるか？
I mean, I guess.
あの底なしの魔力の釜はな、持ち主の願いを
I guess if everyone around you dies, you can just take their wallets.
それでは話が違う。
Yeah, it's basically a genie.
万能の力。持ち主の望み通りに世界を変革するのが聖杯ではなかったのか？
違うものか。聖杯の手段は実に理にかなっている。人を生かすということは人を殺すということだろう。この世は全て等価交換によって成り立っている。
Good old equivalent exchange.
その中で突出した出来事を望むのならば、何かを食いつぶして飛び上がるしかあるまい。調和など気にしていては願いなど叶わん。つまりは弱者からの略奪による変動だ。それこそが最も効率の良い変革だろう。
I can only imagine what Saber must feel. If what Kotomine says is true, this is not the grail she wanted. It's merely power to fuel the possessor's wish. It grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else. So that is the true face of this supposedly omnipotent power.
ならば、 いというのは。
持ち主以外のものを排除するこの上ない毒の壺だ。お前も見ればわかる。あれはな、際限のない呪いの塊だ。そしてそれは私にとっても
I love the killing and destruction, actually.
聖杯に触れるのは聖職者の夢だが、人を殺すためだけの聖杯が存在し、ましてそれを扱えるなど、まさに天上の夢でも見ているかのようだ。
The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the grail.
ではお別れだ。ゴミを始末しろ。ランサーは小僧、アーチャーはセイバーだ。
The priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move from my injuries, Kotomine's 2 servants, and Saber, standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. A tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're going to have any hope of getting back to the surface. But I don't care about defeating them. We could regroup somehow, maybe, but...
シロ、
Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the enemy.
無理を承知でいます。決して私のそばから離れないでください。
We can figure out a way out of this, maybe? She grips my hand firmly in her own. I can tell she's ready to go at any moment.
わかった。意地でもついていくから、俺のことは気にかけるなよ。
I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand just how bad this is. But Saber is telling me she will do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree?
はい。信頼しています。
Her voice is quiet but firm.
いざ。
Go! At that moment, she lets go of my hand to charge ahead. Time to fight these 2 guys. Both shadows react to her in an instant. Saber and I are struck dumb. What just happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a longsword as if he'd expected it. Yeah, I figured Lancer wasn't too happy with this arrangement. There's no way he's gonna follow Kirei's orders.
悪いな、手元が狂った。
そうか。随分と軽い槍なのだ。
They're so catty.
それは
Both men withdraw, unhurried and unconcerned.
言っておくが、貴様の標的はあの雑種だ。セイバーは俺に任されたものだと覚えているか。
ああ、それね。悪いが気が変わった。霊樹で命令されたわけじゃねえしな。
True.
俺は降ろさせてもらうぞ。
As he says this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh, almost as if protecting us. I do like Lancer. We haven't gotten to see much of him. Maybe we'll see more of him in other routes, but I do like his weird sense of honor he has.
くだらねえことなら口にするなよ。別に貴様に肩入れしているわけじゃない。俺は俺の心情に肩入れしてるだけなんだ。
Lancer levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go.
まあ、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を聞くほどよくできた人間じゃねえってことだ。奴とは。
では契約を切るということか。聖杯は目の前だというのに、貴様はこのまま消えても構わない。
What a sassy pose. He's kind of spitting right now.
が鮮やかだった男は言うことが違う。この裏切りも英雄の誇りとやらに沿ったものか。まったく己が信念を貫くのは厳しいな、ランサー。
He says it like... How do you say somebody's name like it's a slur? That's pretty good. The air behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind him.
ランサー、あれはあらゆる宝具の原型を持つもの。我らの中で最も古い歴史を持つ英雄王です。いくらあなたでも一対一では。
そうか。なるほど。道理で偉そうなわけだ。
It's true. He is a huge bitch.
滅ぼしたって野郎だからな。そりゃ少年が腐ってる。
ランサー、強がりを言っている場合では。
いいからさっさと伏せろ。助言なんざしやがって何様のつもりだ。かばった程度の仲間意識持ちやがって。
He's such a sassy bitch.
これだから育ちのいい騎士。
I can understand why he's so desired by many fans. In his own way, Lancer is urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment.
ご分もこの恩は必ず。
Taking my hand, she makes for the stairs.
しまった。逃がしてしまったか。
Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow.
なんだ。セーバーはてめえの獲物じゃなかったのかよ。
いいや、実はな、俺もこのような決着は好みではなかったのだ。貴様がやらなければ。
I like how neither of them really like Kirei. Nobody likes Kirei, not even his own servants. We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing, because we don't move very fast. The Pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care how slowly we're moving, as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The rising tension and sense of impending violence grows.
どういうことだそりゃ。てめえもセーバーを逃がすつもりだったのか。
当然だろう。俺にセイバーを殺す気はない。あれは俺のものだ。だが聖杯を呼ぶためにはそういうわけにもいかない。儀式の完成にはあと一人サーバントに死んでもらわなければならんのだ。
Here comes all my fucking swords, and also a lance. A multitude of swords appears in the darkened basement. The Golden Knight smirks. This was why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally.
初めからそのつもりかよ。てめえ。
言ったであろう。貴様がしなければ俺がそうするつもりだ。褒めてやるぞ、空風林。これは俺
That's close enough to how I say it, I guess. The two come together. We make it out just before I see the initial volley. Robin Graves. I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit.
シロ、
Why are you de-armored, Saber?
これ以上はあなたの体が持たない。
そうだな。悔しいけど、これじゃセイバーに迷惑をかける一方だ。
I lean away from Saber's shoulders and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive.
シロ、傷を見せてください。
I mean, he's just got a big old hole going all the way through.
いや、いいけど。
では失礼します。少し痛みますが、耐えてください。
Saber's fingers trail over my chest. And then, I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand on my chest and lets it sink into my body. Ugh, gross. My entire body jerks and bucks in response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. Ugh. She's touching my organs with her bare hands. Yeah, that's really gross. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but there's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches, it feels like the pain is fading. Well, thank you, Saber, but that was really gross.
鞘に魔力を補充しましたから、半日もすれば傷は癒えるでしょう。
She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved.
サヤ
I have no idea what she's talking about.
セイバー、サヤってなんだ前もそんなことを言ってた気がするけど。
Yeah, she's gonna go all the way to the hills in you, Shiro.
サヤってお前のサヤのことか。
Saber's sheath. It has to be Excalibur's sheath. Invisible air isn't her sheath. The legendary sheath of Excalibur is a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. But she doesn't have it. King Arthur died in the Battle of Camelin because that sheath was lost. There's no way Saber has Excalibur's sheath right now.
はい。私の鞘はあなたの体の中にあります。
We don't know how it got in you, Shiro.
私の落ち度でしたが。
Maybe it was something Kiritsugu did.
俺の体の中に。バカな。そんな突拍子もない話が。
I guess that does explain how this guy can survive fucking anything.
そうでしょうか。思えば簡単なことだったのです。シロは私を召喚した。今までそれを偶然だと考えたことが愚かでした。英霊を呼ぶには英霊にゆかりがあるシンボルがなければならない。マスターとしての知識もなく、魔術師としても未熟だったシロが私を呼ぶには、それを補ってあまりある接点がなければならない。それが私の鞘。失われたエクスカリバーの鞘だったのです。
いや、それはそうかも。
How did it get there? What did Kiritsugu fucking do?
だから、なんだってそんなものが俺の中にあるんだ。
それはおそらくキリツグが行ったことでしょう。前回の戦いでエミやキリツグはエクスカリバーの鞘を触媒にして私を召喚した。聖剣の鞘は持ち主の傷を癒す宝具です。キリツグはそれを私には治癒能力があるし死ににくい。
But what if you had double healing?
それより死にやすいマスターが鞘を持つ方が戦いには勝ち残れる。
じゃあ親父も今の俺と同じような状態で戦いを勝ち残ったってわけか。
おそらくは。そして戦いが終わり、私が消えた後、キリツグは焼け跡の中をさまよい、死にかけている子供を見つけた。キリツグには治療の力はありませんでしたし、あったところで手の施しようがなかったのでしょう。だからその子供を助ける手段は彼には一つしかなかったと思うのです。
My hand goes to my chest. On that day 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at the sky. My whole body was burned. Maybe I really was little more than cinders. So when Kiritsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing he had with him. The sacred sword's sheath, said to protect the possessor's life. By implementing the sheath in me, he saved the child who was on the verge of death.
じゃあ本当に？
はい。分解され、原型をとどめてはいませんが、確かにシローの中には鞘があります。それがあなたの治癒能力。
I guess that probably explains how you can make swords so good too.
けど俺一度死にかけたぞ。学校でランサーに刺されて、それで。
That's right. Someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there, just a piece of rock lying next to me. I felt that was really important, so I brought it home. I wonder if it's still there.
それは私と契約する前の話でしょう。さやは私の宝具です。私が限界し、魔力を注がなければ宝具としての能力を発揮しない。シロは私というサーバントと契約しない。
Well, what about when Kiritsugu gave it to you? Were you still around?
まあ多少は魔力さえ注げば持ち主の命を保護するでしょう。ですが、それも微弱なものです。死にかけた人間を救うには
Well, thank you for explaining the question I just asked.
そうか。すまん、セイバー。お前の鞘をこんなことで使っちまって。
何を言うのです。シロは私のマスターなのですから。私のものを使うのは当然。
Alright, lady, chill out. Keep your kinks out of it.
それに、シロがそうなの
Aw.
と知って。
I think that's like the first time we've ever seen this little smile from her. It's cute.
何も守れなかった私でも、あなたの命を救えていたのですから。
Her smile is so bright, I can't help but look away.
シロ、傷が痛むのですか？
いや、そうじゃない。いいんだ、気にしないでくれ。セイバーは何も悪くない。
I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain, but this is really awkward. I'm not sure how much time passed. Just as I start to calm down, Saber speaks quietly.
キリツグは正しかった。彼は私を裏切ってなどいなかったのですね。
I guess it was all a big misunderstanding. Her voice is heavy with regret.
セイバー？
あの聖杯は私の求めるものではなかった。いえ、元より聖杯など必要ではなかったのです。キリツグはそれに気がついていたのでしょう。
It sounds more like a confession. Saber is making an apology to someone she can't apologize to. Not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feeling she had for so long. Even if she doesn't say it in so many words, I understand just by being beside her. Yeah, I guess Kiritsugu found out what the true nature of the Grail was and was like, Saber, you gotta destroy that thing. That thing's no good. Altria sought the Holy Grail. A lonely king who had no choice but to believe that, without the Holy Grail, she could not avoid ruin. If only she'd wished to redo everything for the moment she drew the sword from the stone.
セイバー、それは。
分かっていました。やり直しなんてできないのだと。私はそれを知りながら、必死に自身を偽り続けてきたのです。
That ends here. Her long battle can now really...
ありがとう、シロ。あなたのおかげで、ようやく取るべき道が分かりました。ええ。あの聖杯もこの私も、ありえてはいけない。
Okay, well, no. Yeah, that... Damn it, Saber. But still, she mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and all that time she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now and accepts the end that awaits her. And now Saber has... She has decided to follow the promise she made until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will never waver again, and she is more beautiful than ever. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her from the very beginning. Then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there's only one thing to be done.
セイバー、聖杯を壊そう。
I cut away any lingering attachment. I banish my selfishness and say what has to be done.
はい。あなたならそう決断すると信じていました。マスター。
Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. I'm trying my best to suppress my feelings for her and convince myself that this is the right thing to do. I'm sure that someday I'll be proud she trusted me with this decision. I stand up. Now that's settled, we can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done, and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today, we put an end to this battle. I managed to make it home, leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I'll need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip. I curse my body for refusing to listen to me, even though I know what I need to do now. Isn't he always?
いや、別に何も考えてないさ。
Don't do it! Don't you do it!
戦いは傷が完治してからです。最後の戦いになるのですから、お互い万全の体制で臨みましょう。
そうだな。焦るより今は準備を整えないと。
I'm thinking about where Kotomine went. About how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. Uh-oh. That's bad. At that moment, my mind freezes. There's nobody inside. The house feels different. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I could just pick out the strong scent of blood. This seems bad. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chill running down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from another. And the scene that greets me is anything but familiar. Uh-oh. She got cut! Can't believe this. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Tosaka is looking at me, breathing weakly. What the hell is she saying? It looks like she's really struggling even to speak, but she tries to make conversations like nothing's wrong. Ripperoonie. Saber nods and turns to run to the bathroom. I panic as I pull out the first aid kit. Girlie, I think you're dying. Tosaka is panting, but she looks straight up at me. I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod to listen to what she has to say. Is that a magic power? Oh, somebody snatched Ilya, huh? What a terrible thing to happen. I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, the living room in disarray, and Ilya gone. She nods. He's the only enemy left, so there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotomine was our enemy. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The seventh master is her teacher and guardian. Guro fans must love this CG. She coughs up blood. Crap. I can't let her keep talking.
して休ませてやるから。
お願い。けどその前に伝えておく。
I'm thinking it's over for our bestie Rin.
いいしろ。これが最後の助言だからきちんと聞きなさい。
That's ominous, I'll say. But I just nod. This is serious, especially if she's intent on killing me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to.
まず一つ目。琴峰の目的はイリアよ。あの子が今回の聖杯の器だって。あいつは初めから知ってた。
I mean, yeah, I guess the Einsburns, they provide the vessel in their own children, which is crazy.
イリアが聖杯。
正確にはあの子の心臓ね。魔術師っていうのは魔術回路を持った人間だけど、
I was right.
イリアは魔術
It
回
kinda
路
telegraphed it.
の子なの。サーバントが残り一人になった時、あの子自体が聖杯を下ろす器になると思う。
じゃあイリアは琴峰に。
連れて行かれたわ。でも、セイバーがまだ健在なら道は開かない。琴峰だって器になるイリアをどうにかしようなんて考えないはず。
I can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. Dude, he's getting his ass kicked. He didn't last a fucking second against Gilgamesh, I believe that. Even if he couldn't beat Gilgamesh, he might at least have been able to run away. No, that guy's... he's a pile of ash on the floor, I'm afraid. I'll just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway.
分かった。イリアは俺が助け出すから安心しろ。
I don't have a lot of faith in Lancer.
じゃあ二つ目。琴峰の居場所だけど、きっと
That makes sense.
聖杯の恒例場所としてあそこ以上の場所はないもの。教会はもう引き払ってるだろうし、隠れてるとしたらあの寺だから。
琴峰がいるのは竜道したな。
She doesn't even seem to have the strength to move her head. But she nods anyway.
じゃあ最後。あなたじゃ綺麗に
You can't fucking win. You should try,
そ
though.
れでも
It's not like we have any other options. That question, she's not asking as a friend, but as a mage who truly understands the situation. Oh, This seems like the thing Shiro would say most. My mind's made up. He wouldn't even fucking ask. He says, if she says there's no way, then there's no way. My chances of victory are abysmal. Even so.
奴には借りが山ほどある。何があろうと引くことはできない。琴峰綺麗はエミやシロウが倒すべき敵だからな。
I need to settle things with him. As a survivor of the disaster 10 years ago. As one of the orphans. As the son of Kiritsugu Emiya.
さあ、ならこれあげる。ご信用のものだけど何もないより役に立つわ。
Tosaka reaches behind her and takes out a dagger. That's fancy. This is a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous. It is used for rituals rather than for battle. It's a magical wand in the shape of a sword, used to form magic circles and to intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The word Azoth is engraved in the jewel on the handle. Its blade isn't as long as a typical dagger, which probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyways. This is the Azoth blade, a sword favored by a famous scholar of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. It is meant for mages, to prove that their training is complete. The Azoth blade is not unlike the sort of gift one receives for getting into a college.
どうさか、これは
I got a new weapon.
見ればわかるでしょ。私の探検よ。宝石に比べればビビたるものだけど、
I'm sure something funny will happen if Shiro does that.
ベストって叫んでありったけの魔力を流し込めば発動するから。
She hands me the dagger. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy. Rather, I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger.
父さんかいいのかこれは預かって。
いいのよ。綺麗に勝てないって分かって最後まで隠し通したんだから。
Kirei must be one hell of a mage to do this.
分かった。遠慮なくもらっとく。正直武器は大いに越したことはない。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。ならもういいかな。いい加減もう眠くて眠くて。
Time to go to the big mage school in the sky, Rin. She laughs, embarrassed. The next thing I know, Saber is standing behind me, waiting to treat Tosaka.
寝ろ寝ろ。朝になったら起こしてやるから。そしたら腹いっぱい飯食わせてやる。
そうする。最後にこれは忠告じゃなくて命令。シロ、やるからには死んでも勝ちなさい。私が
That would be bad.
あんたが
You gotta do it, Shiro.
許さないから。
I'll forgive you if I wake up and find you dead and victorious. Dead and defeated, though? You can only do one. She looks like she said everything she wants to say, so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough, so I feel a little stupid for worrying about her. But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me.
任せとけ。
Oh, okay. I guess she actually is living. All the talk of sleep was actually literal and not like I'm going to the big sleep. I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything's all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret while my wounds heal. Okay, henchmans. I am quite sleepy, and I feel like if I don't stop now, I'll just go to the end of this route, which we seem to swiftly be coming up upon. So why don't we stop here? We did a nice big one, nice big chunk of Fate Stay Night. I'm sure there's still enough to fill a stream left of this route. I'm sure the final events we'll have a lot going on. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I am excited that this has been a very good chunk of Fate Stay Night. This has been definitely my favorite part so far. A lot of good stuff I actually really liked happen. I had complaints for sure about parts of this, and I still hold to some of those, but a lot of it's been very good. This part, so that's good. I'm excited to see more, and if the rest of the routes keep this up, that'll be very nice too. In the meantime, let's find somebody to raid this late at night. Well, looky. Here's Shirokaze. What's Shirokaze fucking streaming? Looks like they're streaming Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. So go have fun with a cute guy who isn't me. I'm the cutest guy. But raise the monitor. Nobody's cuter than me, henchbuns. Say goodbye to the glasses. Glasses go off. We're no longer reading. I'll see you next week, henchbuns. Look forward to more streams, more Fate Stay Night next week as well. Nighty night.